What's good, everyone? Happy New Year, and this is my first video of the year 2025. This year, I have so many exciting projects to build with you guys, ranging from building AI agents to building cross-platform applications to building powerful web apps and deploying them onto cloud platforms like AWS, Heroku, and Vessel. Today, I have here a simple application called MedRemind. MedRemind is a medical reminder application that encourages and reminds patients to take drug on time. So let's quickly jump into demo, and I'll come back to this whiteboard and explain the tools and technologies we are going to use in building this application. This is the lock screen of MedRemind. So I would have to enter my password to have access to the application. Over here we have a progress bar, which is just a visual representation of the doses that a patient is supposed to take within a day. These are the quick actions to add medication, view calendar, access history log, and refill tracker. So let's quickly add a medication. So the name of the medicine is going to be drug 4, and the dosage is going to be 200 mg, taken once daily for 14 days, starting from today, and the time is 9 a.m. So I have this reminder toggle being set on to get push notification anytime I'm supposed to take a drug. So I'll click on the add medication button here, and the medicine has been added successfully. Now back to the home page, we can see we have the drug being listed over here. I can click on this take button to take the drug when it is time. So let's click on it, and we have the drug taken. We also have notification that reminds us when to take the drug. In the calendar view, the user have the option to view all the drugs they're supposed to take within a day. So 24th, these are the drugs the user is supposed to take. On 25th, these are the drugs the user is supposed to take. It goes on in that way. And we have the history log, which logs every single drug the user has taken or missed in the entire application, right? And we have the refill tracker, which give the user the opportunity or the chance to refill a drug if they get out of stock. So that's basically the application over here. The main purpose and goal of this app is to get your feet started with building cross-platform application with React Native. From there, you can add more features to this app to make it advanced and even make it a production-ready application. So John works for a software company called CompZ. So one day, their product manager requests John to build a mobile app for both iOS and Android in 1 month. Now, here's the problem. John only knows JavaScript, knows React, and a little bit of CSS. John would have to learn Swift to be able to build for iOS and learn Java or Kotlin to be able to build for Android. And the time is limited. It's impossible to learn these skills in 1 month to be able to deliver these apps. So he talks to a senior engineer who advised him to choose a framework, a cross-platform framework. Choose between React Native and Flutter. Write one code base and deploy the app on both iOS and Android. And this helps John to survive a massive layoff in the company. So ideally, to build an iOS app, you need Swift, and to build an Android app, you need Kotlin or Java. So in situations like what John experienced, where time is limited and also you don't have enough resources, and you already know JavaScript or React.js, it's much easier to build an app for both platforms than to learn the respective programming languages in order to deliver an app for iOS and Android. So this is the importance of cross-platform technologies. So we have two main and major cross-platform libraries. So we have React Native from Facebook, and we have Flutter from Google, right? So to be able to build application on React Native, you'd have to know React and Node.js. To be able to build an app on Flutter, you'd have to know Dart, which is the official programming language for building Flutter applications. So the main reason for choosing React Native library in building this application is because we already know how to build React app and Nest.js application. So transferring knowledge from the React in building React Native apps is going to be much easier. So you write one single code and deploy it on both iOS and Android. That's the power and advantages of using a cross-platform technology. For this project, we are going to use Expo. So what is Expo? Expo is a free open source framework and platform built around React Native to simplify the development of cross-platform applications. So they have a set of tools and services like Expo SDK, Expo CLI, and Expo Go. So all these are tools to streamline the development process by abstracting away the complexity of native code and configurations. So what are some of the importance of Expo? So the first point is rapid development. So how does Expo helps in rapid development? They provide a managed workflow which allow developers to focus on building features without diving deep into the native code configuration. 2. Cross-platform compatibility. With Expo, applications can run seamlessly on both iOS and Android platform from a single code base. So it ensures a consistent behavior and appearance across devices. And 3, we have simplify deployment. So Expo Build Service simplifies the process of creating app binaries for submission to app stores, handling the complexities of code signing and build configurations. So these are the 3 major reasons why we will be using Expo in building our React Native application. Now, here are some top apps that were made with React Native. So we have the Instagram app, we have Tesla app, we have the Meta Ad Manager, we have Pinterest, Skype, Microsoft Office app, Bloomberg, Walmart, Discord, and so many more applications that were built with React Native, right? They have a very huge ecosystem that you can leverage should in case you face any error in your development process. So the main goal for this project is to get your feet started with cross-platform applications and also diversify your skills. You already know how to build web app to be much more easier to build mobile app in React Native. Before you continue with this video, these are the prerequisites. You should be able to set up a Node.js environment. You should know React.js. You should be able to set up Android Studio in Windows for Windows users. You should be able to set up iOS simulator for Mac users. So for Mac users, you can install both Android Studio and the iOS simulator. So you get the iOS simulator by installing Xcode, which I will place a link in the description to set up both Android Studio and iOS Studio. Without wasting my time, let's get right into setting up the environment for building this project. Let's quickly set up the environment and start building our application. So visit this URL. The link will be placed in the description. And to download Node.js, you have to select your operating system. Currently on Mac OS, so I'll just leave it as Mac OS. And I'll leave everything here untouched. So you copy this URL, paste it into your Mac terminal and start installing the Node.js package. or you can download this package and install it as well. Same for Windows and other platform. So go ahead and install the Node.js. I already have it, so there's no need to reinstall it. And then click on the next link in the description right after this to be taken to this page over here. So now to set up our Expo environment, we have so many configuration options here. You can set up Expo on your Android app, Android device, and on iOS device, on Android emulator and iOS simulator. So you can choose between Expo Go or setting everything up manually with the development build. Click on the next link right after this in the description to be taken to this page. Alright, so we are going to create our Expo app using this command named create Expo app at latest. So what this is going to do is to set up our Expo environment and get us ready to go. The only thing we have to do is to add files and configure the environment, and then we are good to go. So let's copy this link and paste it in our terminal. So for this project, I'll be using my Cursor IDE, which is very similar to Visual Studio Code. So if you are not familiar with Cursor, Cursor is an AI integrated code editor where you can debug, ask the AI to generate code for you, and so many other things. So you can check Cursor out in the description as well. So I'll paste the command I copied over here into my terminal. Make sure you have your environment set up like this. Paste it and hit enter. So what is the name of the app? Remind. So I'll pause the video and continue on once this is installed. So we have the npm package installed successfully. Now it came with all these folders. So starting off with the app directory contains all the code that we are going to write for the application. So including the landing page, the medication page, the history page, and the refill page. So app is basically writing the code for the application. And we have asset folder, which contains things like font, where you'll be able to add your own customized font, and also add images to your project. So images like logo and other stuffs can be added over here. And we have the component folder, which contains all the components that you will be sharing across the application. So for instance, if you have a button that will be shared across all the applications, it will be wise to create a component for that. So you just write the component once and use it for the entire application. And we have constant to hold things like colors, as we can see here, the default themes and colors of the application. And we have the hooks, color hook, color schema hook. This is going to be a hook that will be shared across the component. So you have the theme colors as well. And this node module folder contains all the package we just installed. We have the script folder to reset the project. We have the app.json. So we are going to configure this very soon. We have package.json file and the readme file as well. Alright, so that is the basic walkthrough of the project structure. It's time to install some of the major components that we'll be using in this application. So starting off with Expo vectors. So you're going to have yarn add at Expo vectors icons. So the Expo vector icons are the icons that we have in the application. So when I move back to the app, we can see we have this plus icon here for the add medication. We have the calendar icon for the calendar view, and all these icons that we have in the application, all these are coming from Expo vector icons over here. So you just search for the name, so plus icon, and you can use it everywhere in the application. there is an error here. So let's try npm instead of yarn. Npm install. So it says invalid tag name. Let's just grab the actual name, actual component over here, Expo vector icons, and install it. Awesome. So we have it installed. And the next package that we are going to install is Expo notification. So remember, when we create a medication, we have a push notification, right? That is going to alert the user on the time to take their drug and all those activities. So we are going to use Expo notification for that. So let's search Expo notification. And copy this command here, move back and install it. And the next package we are going to install is React Navigation Native. So this is going to help us navigate between pages, like moving from, for instance, add medication page to the medication form, moving to the calendar view, and all the navigation that happens in the page. So basically moving from one screen to the other screen. So you're going to have that package installed, which is going to be yarn add React Navigation Native. And the last but two package you're going to install is going to be Expo Blur. Let's search for Expo Blur. So the function of this package is to a component that renders a native blur view on iOS and falls back to a semi-transparent view on Android. Remember, back in the intro, I mentioned that Expo is a package or a library that helps us build components really fast, other than going down into the rabbit hole on configuring for iOS and Android. Expo clients hide all those abstractions and make everything easier for us. So the Expo Blur is one example of the packages that do that really well. So I'll just make sure I install it, paste npm Expo Blur. We are also going to install React Native Reanimated. We are going to have some animation with a splash screen, and install Async storage. So I'll leave that and move back to the browser and search for Async storage React Native, Expo. So what do you think async storage is going to do in the application? So in building a cross-platform app like this using React Native and Expo, each platform is having a way of configuring or accessing the storage on the device. So for iOS, it's differently programmed or configured than Android. They are not the same. So a package like this is going to help you hide all the abstractions and going through the hassle in setting up the storage that is consistent with the platform, and do everything for you with just functions. So you're going to copy this command and install it, and we are going to use this package to store all the drugs of the patient. So back here, and I'll just hit enter, and that will be it for the major packages that we are going to use in this project. So along the line, if there is any package that needs to be installed, we are going to install it as well. So it's time to run the app on our iOS simulator, or if you're on Windows, we are Android Studio, and see what you're going to have on the screen. So using this command npm run start, and you're going to have this menu over here. So when you press A, it's going to start the Android Studio. Pressing I is going to start the iOS simulator. Pressing W is going to open the web. So if you don't have any of these configured, both Android and iOS, you can try it on web, but some features are limited to the web. Since I have my iOS simulator installed, I'll press I, and if you are able to see this screen, congratulations, you just ran your first iOS and Android application with React Native and Expo. So yeah, we're able to run our first app. We are going to start modifying the splash screen to look exactly like what we want it to look like. So what is a splash screen? A splash screen is a screen that appears when you launch a software application. So for example, when you open Twitter, you will see the X icon pop up first before you can access your feed. It happens in so many other applications like Instagram, TikTok, and your favorite app. So we are going to build our own splash screen for Reanimated. We want to have the logo, the name of the app, and some background to make it look beautiful and cool. So to edit the splash screen, we have to navigate to the app folder and create a new file named index.tsx. So now index.tsx is going to be the first screen that is going to load when the user visits our platform, right? So let's start by importing all the components that we are going to need. So we start by importing a view. So a view is like a div in web environment. So you can create a div, and a div can have a div within the div. You can go down, in that hierarchy. Same applies to view. So view is the div for React Native applications. And we have test, which is same as having h1, paragraph, span, and those kind of elements in HTML or React that you can use to create a test. And we have style sheet. So the style sheet is going to be the CSS for the application. So what we are going to use to style the application. And we have animated to animate the background or the logo for our splash screen. All right, so let's import icons. Remember, we installed icons, so icons from Expo vector icons. So we have that imported here, and we are going to import use effect, use ref from React. So these are the same use effect and ref that we have been using in React.js and Next.js. So let's start writing the actual component. So we have export default. You're going to use a functional component. So export default app. So let's make a splash screen. It makes sense that way. And within this functional component is going to be the code for displaying the splash screen. So first, let's start by returning a view. So let's start by returning a basic view with a text, no style or no CSS, splash screen. And once we have this, I think we can run the application and see what we have. So refresh the page, and we have splash screen over here as our index page, right? So this looks very boring, so we have to style it to make it look appealing. So back here, we are going to write some React Native styles to style the component. So we are going to start with so we have styles equals style sheet dot create. This is how we write styles in React Native. So you could separate your style component from the actual business logic. But in this project, I'll be writing everything within the same component. So you're going to start with the container. The container is going to have a flex of 1. We just want to have a flex of 1. The background color should be a green color, the green color we saw in the demo. So we have this color code here, 4CAF50, and we want to align the items. So align item center and justify center to place everything within the middle, right? So we have the container style. We can, apply it to the view. So we can have style to be styles.container. So now we have the container object. You have the container object in the style variable here. So we can access this by going this way. So styles.container. Now, when I refresh this page, you should see something different in the app. I have the green screen here with the green background with the test splash screen. So we are going to replace this icon, this text here, with met remind and add an icon, and also add a little bit animation and get rid of the upper part here to make the splash screen cover the entire width and height of the screen or the device. So let's do that first before we start adding the icon and changing the text from splash screen to met remind. So to do that, we are going to have, so let's call the animated view, animated.view, and within here we are going to apply some styles. So we have style. So let's create a new style for the icon container. Icon container is going to have these styles. So color to white. This is very similar to how we write styles in React applications. So we have font size to be 32, and we have font weight, bold. The margin top should be 20, and the letter spacing should be 1. So we have styles dot icon container, and we have this object here to write another style. So you're going to add opacity, fade, animation, and we are going to have transform to be the scale animation. So let's create the fade animation and the scale animation over here. So over here you're going to create a constant named fade animation, which is going to use ref, the one we imported over here, and we are going to have new animation. The value should be 0.current, and we have the scale animation. With the value to be 0.5. So what this is going to do for the fade animation is going to start animating from 0, so the opacity, the new value starting from 0 all the way to 1, and from the scale animation is going to start from 0.5 all the way to 1. We are going to put the text inside the animated view, change it from splash screen to met remind, and we are going to have the icons, the icon you're using is medical, and the size is 100. The color is white. Before we test this out, there are a couple of things that we have to configure. So over here, we are going to use the use effect to initiate our animations. So this is how we are going to do it. Inside the use effect, we have animated, the one we imported over here, this component, animated.timing, parallel. So we want all these animation to happen in parallel. So we use the parallel function, and we provide an animated timing. So for the fade animation, this is what we want to do. For the fade animation, we want to have toValue to be 1, the duration of the animation to be 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second, and we want to use the native driver. So use native driver, true. And the second property, animated .spring, you want to scale using the variable you created here. Scale animation to value 1, tension to be 10, and we have friction to be 2. You have used native driver as well. So that's going to be true. So that one is going to be true. Awesome. Then we add .start. So let's provide this with an empty dependency. So let's try the app out and see what we are going to have. So let's refresh. And we have the animation over here. So there's something wrong with the test. We're supposed to create a style for the app name. So you want the color to be white. And we want the font size to be 32. We want the font weight to be bold. The margin top to be 20. And the letter spacing to be 1. So we just have to add it here. We have style, and then we have styles.app name. Refresh the app, move back, and then there's something wrong. This should be centered. So let's check and see where this error is coming from. So there is an error here. Initially, I thought I was writing the styles for the app name over here, not knowing I was writing for the icon container. So let's get rid of everything here and use this style, align items to be center. So now this should work, and boom, we have it worked over here. When we refresh it, we can see the bouncing animation. Awesome. So when the splash screen loads, we want to take the user back to the navigation page, the auth page or the auth screen. So what we are going to do here is to set a timer, and that timer is going to redirect the user to the authentication screen after 2 seconds when we load the splash screen. So we are going to have constant a timer, you create a constant, and we use the set timeout function. Inside here, we are going to have router. So before that, let's import the router here. So we have constant router equals use router. So we have to import that from Expo router. So router is basically used to navigate between screens. So moving from one screen to the other. We're going to have router dot replace. So you want to replace the current screen here with the auth screen, which we are yet to create. And then we are going to pass the timer here, 200 milliseconds, and add this code here. So you want to clear the timeout. You have clear timeout with the timer. Awesome. So what we have to do next is to create the auth page, the auth screen, and handle the authentication. So let's create a new file named auth.tsx. So what you want to do in this auth page is to use the user's authentication, the local authentication on their device, as the primary source of authentication for the application. So if they have Face ID on their device, the app is going to trigger the Face ID for authentication. If they have to enter their PIN code, the app is going to trigger that. And if they use their fingerprints as authentication, the app is going to provide that as well. So let's start by importing some components here, and I will explain along the line what each of these are going to do as far as this page is concerned. So let's start by importing useState and useEffect from React. So import useState, useEffect from React, and we are going to import view test and style sheet to style our application. We're going to have touchable opacity, which I will be explaining when we start using it. And we have the dimensions. Awesome. So next we are going to import the router from Expo router. So we have import use router from Expo router. So this is going to help us to navigate from one screen to the other. So we have that over here, and we are going to import the local authentication from Expo local authentication. So we have to install this since we don't have it. So I'll move back to my browser and search for Expo local authentication. So we have that here. I'll copy this command, move back to my terminal, and paste it over here. So as I explained earlier, this is going to help us set up the authentication on the user's device. So we are getting that installed. We have it installed. Now we can import icons from Ionicons, Expo vector icons, and we are going to import linear gradient. So import linear gradient. We are going to use this to add a gradient. So let's install this, get rid of this one, and paste the Expo linear gradient. Enter. Wait for some few seconds for this to get installed. And we have it installed. Awesome. So next is we are going to create the auth create a constant here named width, and we are going to get the dimension.get window. We want to get the actual width of the screen, or we want to get the actual width of the device the user is using to access this application. So we can do that by using the dimension.get function, provide window as an argument or as a parameter, and then we can have our functional component here. So export default function, we have auth screen. And inside here, first thing first, I think we should return a view. So before we return the view, let's return a linear gradient. Let's return that. And we are going to provide, two colors. So we have the colors argument, which is going to so we are trying to have a linear gradient from a lighter green color to a deeper green color. So these are the color code for the gradient. I'll copy them and paste them over here. Pause the video and copy them. So we have those colors pasted over here, and we can add the view. So these are going to be the views without the styling, because we are going to add the styles in some few seconds. So view, we create another view inside this view. As I mentioned, views are like divs in web development, React, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So we have this view containing a view, and within the second view, or the first child of the parent view, we are going to create an icon here. So icons, and the name of this icon is going to be medical, which also serves as our logo for this application. So the size is going to be 80, and we provide a color of white. Give this a save. We can move to this screen and see what we have. The mobile app screen, and let's refresh the page or the app by hitting R in the terminal. Move back here, and yeah, we already have the gradient and we have the icon. This looks very boring because we haven't added classes to this page yet. So let's continue with building the skeleton of the application before we style the app. Right, so from creating the icon or importing the logo, we add two tests. So the first test is going to be remind, which is the name of the application, and the second test is going to be your personal medical assistant. So we have that here, medical assistant or reminder, whatever name that you choose to give to this subtitle. So I'll just maintain the reminder, and we are going to create another view within the parent view. So we have that over here. So create a view which is going to have the text welcome back, and also display the keypad for authentication. So if the user is having PIN code as authentication, we are going to render the PIN code, and if the user is having fingerprint or face ID, we are going to display that as well. So let's start here. The text for this div or view is going to be welcome back. So we are just building the skeleton of the application before we write the styles for the app. The second test is going to be, you're going to have a second test, which is going to say something like, so first thing first, we are going to have a check has biometric. So before we call that state or variable here, let's move all the way up here and create that state, right? We are going to write a function to handle it, but then let's create the state first before we write the function. So the state is going to be a use state, has biometrics, and set has biometrics. So the default state is going to be false. You move back here, and we are going to have this condition here that says has biometrics, which is going to check if the device is having a biometric as an authentication, right? So we check that, and if there is a biometrics, we are going to render use face ID or touch ID or pin to access your medications. And we are going to have enter your pin. So if there is no biometrics on the user's device, we are going to render enter your pin to access your medications. We have that. Awesome. And then let's move back and see what we have. So yeah, we just have the raw text being displayed here without the styles. So let's continue writing the rest of the code. We are going to have a touchable opacity. So what this touchable opacity is going to do is to provide a fading effect when a button is being tapped or when an icon is being clicked. So if you have been using, in most applications, we can see this effect. When we click on a button, there is a subtle fading effect, like turning the button, reducing the button's opacity to give you a feedback that you've pressed on a button or tap on an icon. So that's the main use of the touchable opacity here. So we are going to add a style later on, but then inside here we are going to have an icon, right? So we are going to have an icon, and this icon is going to be rendered conditionally. So inside here we are going to have a name of the icon, which is going to be rendered based on this condition. So has biometrics. If that is the case, we want to render the fingerprint outline. Else, we want to render the keypad outline. The keypad outline. And then we can provide the size to be 24, color white, and leave the style. So within this icon, we want to, right after the icon, we're going to provide a text. So we are going to have this text over here with style. So let's just leave the styles for now. We are going to add them later on, and we are going to have a state. It's authenticating. So we would have to create this state as a use effect. So a use state over here. So you're going to have a constant is authenticating and set is authenticating. So we scroll the way here, and so this is more like the loading state for this page. So if the user is authenticating, we do want to provide verifying test. Else we want to check if the user is having a biometrics. So if the user is having biometrics, we want to have this here, authenticate or enter pin, awesome. So we have that over here, and should in case an error appears or an error happens during the authentication stage, we want to have a display of the error on the screen. So if there is an error, we are going to create this error state in some few seconds. So if there is an error, we want to render this view over here. You want to render this view, and we have icons, and we are going to provide a name of the icon, which is going to be, the name is going to be alert circle, and the size is going to be 20, and the color is going to be this color code. We add a test to display the actual error message. So we have error here. Alright, so let's create the error state over here. So we just created the error state. They're supposed to be in a quote. Beautiful. So we can move back to the app and see what we are having on the screen. So yeah, there's nothing crazy going on here, and we don't have the styles to make this interface work, right? We don't have the styles to make this interface looks beautiful. So let's add the styles, and then we can add the functionalities. So back to our code, we scroll all the way here, down here. We create a constant styles, and then we have the style sheet dot create. We have container. So the container is going to have a flex of 1, and this is going to be the element to have the container style. This element here, so we have style, provide styles dot container. So let's save this and move back to the app, and yes, we have the gradient stretch all the way from this top side to the bottom. So now we have the first style being created. Let's go ahead and create the rest of the styles and import them inside the code. So for content, you're going to have a style for content. We have flex 1. So for the content inside the container, padding 20. We are going to have justify content, center, align items, there is a mistake here, should be comma not semicolon. We have align items to be center. So the second view element, the first child of the parent view, no, the parent view instead is going to have the styles of the content. So you have styles.content. Move back here and we have everything centered because that's what exactly we ask the component to do. So we have the content, flex 1, padding 20, justify content, center, align items, center, and this is going to place everything in the center. So let's create a class for icon container, and this is going to have a very basic style. So you're going to have a width of 120. So the icon container is going to be the style for our logo. So we want the width to be 120. We want the height to be 120. We want the background color to be an RGBA. So I'll just copy that and paste it here. And we have the border radius to be 60. You want to justify, put everything at the center, so justify center. And we are going to have align items, center, and finally margin bottom of 20. We give this a save, move back here and add a style. So this is going to be styles.icon container. Give this a save and move back to our code. Let's just refresh this. Move back and we have our logo here. Right, we have our logo. So next we are going to create the styles for the tests inside the app. So we are going to start with the title. We have font size 24. We have font weight to be bold. And we are going to give the color, make the color white, add a margin bottom to 10. The text shadow is going to be an RGB, so 000, and here the alpha is going to be 0.2. And we have the text shadow offset, width of 1 and height of 1. And finally we add a text shadow radius, making this 3. You're going to create a style for the subtitle as well, for subtitle, and this is going to have, so let's copy some of the styles here. Font, we are going to copy the color and modify them. We are going to copy the margin bottom and copy the text align. So there is no text align here, we would have to create that one. So text align should be center. So the font, let's change the font from 24 to 18. The color is going to be an RGBA. So 255, 255, 0.9. And the margin bottom is going to be 40, and that will be it for the subtitle. And for the card, we are going to have some of these views to be card. So let's just, create the card styles, and you're going to have a background color of white for the card. we are going to have a border radius of 20, padding of 20, padding of 30. Let's make the padding 30, and the width is going to be the width of the device, the variable we imported at the top over there, minus 40. So whatever the width of the device is, we take 40 from it. And we are going to align the items center. We have the shadow color to be black. We're going to have shadow offset. We provide the width to be 0 and the height to be 2 for the shadow. Then we add last but 2 property here, which is going to be the shadow opacity, the shadow radius, and elevation. So this is exactly what we want to add for the card. So I think we should start applying some of these to the elements or the skeleton that we already have here and continue with the rest of the styles. So over here we are going to have a style to be style.title. The second one is going to be style.subtitle. Save this, and we have all the properties applied to the text and the icons and the subtitle. So over here with the welcome back, this view is going to be a card. So we have styles.styles.card, and the welcome back text is going to have its own style, and the instructions is going to have its own style. So let's create those here, and then so you're going to have style equals styles dot welcome text. We don't have this yet, and the biometric information here is going to have the property of style styles dot instruction text. So let's go ahead and create those over here. So the welcome text is going to have a very basic style. We are just going to make the font size 24, the font weight to be bold, the color to be hashtag 333, and then the margin bottom is going to be 10. So let's start with font size, font weight, color, and margin bottom. So let's change the font size to 24, font weight to bold, margin bottom to 10, and the instruction text is going to have a very similar one, making the font size 16, the color hashtag 366, margin bottom to be 30, and the text align is going to be center. So let's save this, move back, and boom, we have this beautiful white background over here with the instruction text and the welcome text. So let's continue. We are going to have a style for button, the button, and yeah, so let's create the styles for the button. We have button here, background color, to be this one over here, the border radius to be 12. We have the padding. So the padding isn't going to be for all the width and the height. We are going to be specific here. So the padding vertically should be 15, and the padding horizontally or horizontal to be 30, and we are going to have a border radius of 20. Okay, so 20 is going to be too much, so let's make it 12, and the width 100%. Align items is going to be center, and we are going to have justify content to be center, and we are going to have a flex direction of row. So we have that, and we are going to create the button disabled. So when the button is disabled, we want to have a different class. So let's have button disabled. We just want to reduce the opacity to 0.5, or let's make it 0.7, and we are going to have the button text. So the button text is going to be white, font size 16, font weight should be somewhere around 550 or 600. So let's make it 600, and let's create the style for the error container. So you have error container. We are going to have a flex direction of row, align item center, the margin top to be 20. So let's make this 20, and we are going to have the padding to be 10. We are going to have background color to be this color code, and you're going to have a border radius of 8. Then we add the error text. The color is going to be this color here, the margin left 14, and the font size. Okay, so I think we should make the margin left 8 and the font size 14. So we are going to maintain the font size to be 14 as 14. I think we are basically done with creating the style. So let's move back to the component and start adding the styles. So starting with the touchable opacity, we are going to have a style, provide some styles to the touchable opacity. So the style is going to have, so we have styles.button, and we are going to have this state here to check if it's authenticating. Remember, we created this inside a use state, right? This state. So we are going to provide a function to update this state and make everything work like collectively, right? So we are going to provide a button style to this touchable opacity, and if we are authenticating, we want to change the style to button.disable. So the styles to be button disabled, providing an opacity to the button, right? So the next thing we are going to do here is to have an onPress. So onPress, which is going to actually do the authentication. So we don't have the function yet, so I'll comment this out, and that is going to be the next thing we're going to create after writing the styles, and have a disabled to be authenticating. So once the user starts authenticating, we want to disable this button, right? So over here inside this icon, we are going to have a style, styles.button icon. Do we have button icon? So we are supposed to add a button icon. Let's just create that really quick, which is going to do one job, and its job is to add a margin right of 10 to allow some spaces at the right side of its container. So we have that, and this text is going to have the style, you have styles dot button text, and yeah, let's provide the styles for the error. So we have styles styles.error container and provide the styles for this error test as well. So let's give this a save, move back here, and boom, we have the authentication page. Notice we have this color over here, so the green only extend from here to this side. It is supposed to cover the entire screen, so we are going to work on this after we are done working on this authentication page. So when I click on the button, you see the subtle fading effect. That is the function of the touch opacity or touchable opacity. So let's implement the authentication itself to actually authenticate a user. So let's create this function here. So let's create this function here named check biometric, and this is going to be an async function. So what you're going to do is to check whether the user is having an biometric authentication hardwired in their device or on any platform that they are using the application on. So what you're going to do is to create a constant and check has hardware. So does the user have the hardware to authenticate? So by the help of the local authentication package here, we will be able to check if the user is having an authentication on their device. So we have await local authentication dot has hardware async, and then we're also going to check if it's enrolled. So the user may have a hardware for a biometric authentication, but if it hasn't been enrolled, we won't be able to use it. So we check that as well. So it's enrolled equals await local authentication dot is enrolled async. So we have these two checks or these two variables created here to check whether we have there is a biometric hardware inside the user's device or the user has enrolled their or set up their biometric feature. So we set has biometric. So we are supposed to create that state first. So let's create that state over here. This is supposed to be inside this function, not outside. So we create a constant for has biometrics. We already have it. So we check has biometrics and we are going to provide. So if there is a hardware and the user is enrolled, so this is only going to be set to true if these two conditions are met, right? So let's have a use effect to check this condition anytime we load this application. So we're going to have a use effect with a zero array dependencies, and what this is going to do is to check biometrics. Basic as that. So now the next thing we are going to do is to create the function to actually authenticate the user inside the application or onto the platform. So we are going to create a constant authenticate async, an async function, and the first thing we are going to do here is to set. So let's provide a try catch block here. The first thing we are going to do is to set that is authenticating to true and also set error to null. And then we are going to create a constant name has hardware, right? And we are going to call this function, basically what we had here. So let me just copy this same function and paste it over here. So has hardware, and you're going to have a third variable check that says supported types. And what this is going to do, you're going to have a wait local authentication dot supported authentication types. So you're going to have two types. That is going to be the fingerprint and also the face ID. So that's the user have the supported types. We have that check here. So this is something that you can implement. So we can have a check to see if there is no supported type. You just throw an error that says no biometric authentication. So it's something that you can do it on your own. So I'll just leave a comment here. Handle supported types. So this is up to you to do some more research and implement it. And create a variable auth that is going to be local authentication dot authenticate async. So this function is coming from the Expo local authentication package. So we can authenticate very easily by using the function. So the first parameter is going to be the prompt message, which is going to have these checks. So has hardware and has biometrics. If these two are true, we want to use face ID or touch ID. Else, we want the user to use a PIN. So enter your PIN to access medications. And we are going to have a fallback label. So a fallback label that is going to have use PIN. So this label here, use PIN. And we are going to have a cancel label that is going to be cancel literally. And we have disable device fallback to false. To false. Awesome. So we are not done yet. We are going to have this check. So if auth dot success, we want to return. So navigate or send the user to the home page. So router dot replace. We don't have router imported here. So we do have router. Let's just configure it. Router equals use router. Router dot replace. We send the user to the home page. We don't have the home page yet. So what I'm going to do right now, so let's just replace this with the home screen or the splash screen. So once the user authenticates, we take them back to the splash screen. Before once we set up the home page, we can have change this from the splash screen to the home screen. And else, provide an else. So we set the error, meaning there is an error with the authentication. So we have the error message to be something like authentication failed and please try again. So we have to provide a state. So this can be a string or a null. So the check is supposed to be is enrolled over here and not has biometrics. So let's make this is enrolled before we test the application out. So I think we are good to go. Fingers crossed. Let's refresh the application by typing R inside the terminal. Move back here. Let's click on enter pin. There's nothing happening. Okay, so the reason why we are not able to see the enter password screen is because we haven't actually called the authenticate function. So back here in the touchable opacity, remember I commented it out, so let's uncomment it and check it again. So back here, enter pin, and voila, we have our pin. Boom, we are taken back to the index page. So it's going to be a loop, an infinity loop, because once we authenticate, we send the user back to the splash screen, which after 2 seconds takes the user back to the auth screen. So until we create the home page, there's going to be an infinity loop in this section. So let's set up the layout and the screens before we create the home page. Alright, so let's set up the layout page in the application. So we already have a layout page. What we are going to do is to get rid of everything here and write our own layout code from scratch. So let's import stack from Expo router and import status bar from Expo status bar and have the layout. So we are going to have export default function root layout. So export default function root layout. Alright, so this is going to be a very quick explanation on how stacks work in React Native. So we have our page arranged in stack over here. So let's say starting from the index page to the home page and to the add medication page. Awesome. So when a user visits the index page, it's being pushed onto a stack. So the index page is being pushed onto the stack and later on moves to the home page. That one also gets pushed to the stack on top of the index page. And finally, the user decided to create a medication. So later on clicks on this page, that also gets pushed to the stack. So now when the user moves back from the add medication page back to the home page, we pop this out. So we pop this out, leaving just home and the the index page. And when the user moves back from the home page, we pop that out as well, leaving the index page. So in the stack architecture, the arrangement matters. So this one comes on top of this one also comes on top of this one. So that's the basic explanation on how the stack works. So we are going to return a React fragment, and inside here we are going to have our status bar. The first thing we are going to have here is the status bar, and we want the style to be light, and the stack, we're going to have the stack here. So you're going to have a screen options which is going to be applied to every single page inside the application. So let's have the screen option. The first thing we're going to do is to have a header shown to be false, and we are going to have a content style to be a background color of white. We're going to have animation to be slide from right. So you want the page to be slided from right when we navigate or move from one page to the other. And we have a header function here, which is going to point to now. And you're going to have navigation bar to be hidden. So navigation bar, hidden to be true. And once we are done with this, we can see that the header that we used to have over here has disappeared. So this is what we wanted because of the properties that we added here, most especially the header shown to be false. So now next we are going to have our stack of screens. We're going to have stack.screen, and the name is going to be index. The first one is going to be index, the first screen to appear, and we have options. So options, we want to hide the header, so we just have to add it here. Header shown, what is going on here, it's supposed to be this way. Header shown to be false. So this is going to be the only stack to be created right now. So we are basically done with setting up the layout, the initial layout pages. More stack will be added whilst we build the project, but for now this is going to be fine and okay. So let's move on to creating the home page so that we can navigate the user to the home page right after authentication. Alright, so now we are going to start working on the home page. So let's create a new file inside the app folder named home. We have home.tsx, and inside here we want to create this exact page. When we move back to this screen here, we have the layout. So we have the daily progress, we have notification here, we have the quick actions and today's schedules inside the home page. So we are going to create all these components and write styles for them before we actually add the logic or implement the add medication, view calendar, history log, and refill tracker. So let's start writing the code for this page. So let's start by importing use state, use effect, use ref, and use callback. And this is going to be a functional component, so we are going to have export default, functions, we have home screen. Let's get rid of this X here, function, home screen. Let's get rid of this. And we have the component created. So we can return something. So a view with a text that says home. So let's import view and text from React Native. Give it a save. Close the terminal. Stop the process and run it all over again. Hit I to open my iOS simulator. But before we do that, back to the auth page. Remember, when there is a successful authentication, we are taking the user back to the splash screen. So let's take them to the home screen instead. So back to the app, enter password, enter, and we should be taken to the home page. So let's refresh this. Enter the password one more time, and boom, we are at the home page. If you can see here, there is a test over here that says, what do we have here? That says home. So when I write more test and move back here, you can see the test appeared over here. So let's start writing the structure or the skeleton for the home page, and then add the styles and implement all the business logics. So for the skeleton, we are going to write everything. So for the skeleton, we are going to start by writing a scroll view. So what this is going to do is to allow the user to be able to scroll through the page. So the items may overlap or extend past the width and the height of the screen. So adding this scroll view is going to allow the user to be able to scroll within the application for a better user experience. So what we are going to do here is to create the header section. So let's write a linear gradient. We are going to have a linear gradient as our background, and let's have a view, and within this view we are going to have another view. So this section is to create the circular progress. So let's start by creating the circular progress. So we have another view, and within that view we also have another view. I promise this is going to be the last view. So let's have the view here, and have a test that says daily progress. So right after the test, we are going to have a touchable opacity for the notification icon. So if you check, we have this notification icon here. So this is the test that we just wrote here. We are going to create the notification icon, making it a touchable opacity, which I explained when I explained what a touchable opacity is in the auth page. So we have touchable opacity. We have to import that. So touchable opacity. We are not going to provide any styles yet, so let's just go ahead and write the code. We have an icon, and the icon name is going to be notification outline, and the size is going to be 24 with a color of white. So we have the how do you call it? We have the text and the icon. So what's actually happening here? So we are supposed to provide a prop to this scroll view. So show vertical indicator should be false. Okay, so actually we are importing the wrong scroll view. So I don't think we are importing it from the right place. We are going to import it from the React Native component. So scroll view over here, we scroll the way down, and let's refresh the app, reload the app. This should work. Enter our password. We still have an error. Okay, so the linear gradient accept a props. So let's add all those things before we can actually test the app out. So we have to provide the props for the linear gradient. So what you're going to do is to have these two colors. So we are going to have the color code 1A8E2D, and the second color code is going to be this one. So we have to import the linear gradient as well. I thought we had that imported, linear gradient. So we can import that from Expo linear gradient. So let's have that here. Give this a save. Change this to capital L. Give this a save and move back. Enter our password. And boom, we have it here. So right now we can't see the styles, but at least we see the icon and the text that says daily progress. So let's move back and write the rest of the code. So over here, let's have our circular progress. So let's create the circular progress and import it over here. So we scroll all the way up here and we are going to create a function for the circular progress. So let's create an interface for the types of the circular progress. So we have circular progress, props, and we have progress, type to be number, the total doses should be number as well, and we have complete doses to be number as well. So right now we have these props created. Let's create the actual circular progress. So that's going to be a function, circular progress. Inside the circular progress, we are going to accept a couple of props and extend the circular progress props. So we have the progress itself, we have the total doses, and we have the completed doses. So we have that, and inside here we are going to create a couple of states before we render the actual circular progress. So what we are going to do right here is to create constant for the animation. So we have animation value, use ref, new animated dot value dot current. So you have to import animated from React Native, the React Native package over here. And next, we are going to create a constant for the size. So what is going to be the size of the circular progress? So we want to use this variable here, width, which we are going to create in some few seconds. So the width is going to be the width of the the device, right? We get the width from the device. So using this code here or property here, using this variable here, so let's create that variable really quickly. So we are going to have constant and width, and we have dimensions. Remember, we have dimensions to be part of the React Native package to get the dimension of the user's device, right? So we have the get window function to get it, and we get the width and multiply it by 0.55. So we have stroke width to be 15. We want the width, the thickness to be 15, and we have radius. So the radius is going to be the size minus the stroke width divided by 2, and we are going to have the circumference, which is going to be 2 multiplied by pi times the radius. So we have that here, circumference 2 multiplied by math.py. So we have this coming from the math object in JavaScript dot .py multiplied by the radius. So all these are the variables that we need to create our circular progress. We are going to have a use effect here, a use effect. So inside this use effect, we are going to have the animated timing. So we have the animation value here, and we provide, these values. So to value, we have the progress, duration, we have 1 second, and we have use native driver. We set that property to true, and then we have start. So the dependency is going to be progress. As soon as the progress gets updated, we want to trigger the animation. We see this is the animation I'm talking about. So it's going to move, start moving. We trigger that animation anytime the progress value changes. And the next thing we are going to do here is to have the stroke dash offset. So stroke dash offset is going to be animated value. We have interpolate, and the input is going to start from 0 to 1. Circumference, the output range is going to start from the circumference to 0. So this is going to be a useful variable which I'll be demonstrating in some few seconds. So now we can return the actual views for the circular progress. So we are going to have a view here, a view, and within the view you're going to have another view. And let's have a test over here, which is going to be style. Okay, so as I said, we are going to write the styles later on. So let's just have the skeleton of the project first before you write the style. So the test is going to be math.round. Round the progress. We're going to have a test also here. Which is going to be completed doses of the total doses. So we have doses over here. So this is the test we are talking about, 1 of 2 doses. And then right from there we can create the SVG for the circular progress. So we have the SVG over here. We have to import SVG. Let's get rid of the style. We are going to create it later on. So we have to import SVG from React SVG, and also import the circle, this circle here, from React SVG, React Native SVG. So let's import it over here. So import SVG circle and animated circle from React SVG. So I'll just copy this. We don't have that package installed, and add React Native SVG. You have that installed. Let's create the variable for the animated circle right after the width. So we have the animated circle is going to be animated from the React Native package, and we're going to create animated component, provide or pass in the circle that we are getting from React Native SVG, and we can use that inside the SVG here to create our animation, right? So once we add the styles, we will come back to this component and add them. So right now we can import it here and see how it looks like. We start by providing a progress of 50. Later on, when we hook the async storage and build the other components of this application, we are going to get this data from in real time and not hard coded this way. It's going to be in real time. So we have that here. We can save it, and without the styles, I can't imagine how this is going to look like. Let's check it out. Okay, so we have something here. Now the percentages are flying away from the circular progress. We'd have to work on the styling. So I think it's time to work on the styles, some few styles for the application before we continue with the quick actions and today's schedule. So let's add the styles. So as usual, we have constant styles, and we are going to have the style sheet dot create. So we have okay, so we haven't imported the style sheet yet. Let's import it from React Native. So style sheet, and we are going to have our container, right? The container to have a flex of 1 and a background of this color. And then we are going to write a style for the header. So let's have a style for the header. And we are going to get rid of these. So the header is going to have a padding top of 50, and it's going to have a padding bottom of 25, and it's going to have a border bottom left radius of 30 and a border bottom left right radius, border bottom right radius of 30 as well. Let's get rid of the padding here, and we have our header created. The next thing we are going to do is to create the header content. So for the header content, we are going to align everything at the center. So we have align item center, and we are going to have padding horizontal to be 20. So I think we can have the style for the scroll view, the container, styles.container. This should place everything in order. So like you should see everything being stacked. Okay, let's refresh the page and you get what I'm talking about. We would have to enter our password again. Okay, so let's copy this and move it here. Let's see what will happen. There should be some changes in the app. I'm not sure why nothing is showing right now. So let's see what is going on. Okay. Let's provide a style for the header. So style dot header, move back. We are supposed to see some changes inside the scroll view and the header. So since we have these paddings added to the header, these ones, we are supposed to see some spaces. Okay, Okay, awesome. So I think it's working now. So we have everything. You have the spaces here and the border radius, the bottom radius that we added, the left and right bottom radius we added. So everything is working now. Right. I don't know the reason why it's delayed, but I don't think it's an error with the code. It has something to do with the processing and whatever is going on at the background. Let's continue. And over here, this view is going to have the style of header content. Let's see how good we have everything pushed to the middle, and we are going to have a style. Right, so let's create some few styles and import them. So we have header content. Let's create a couple of styles like header top. So we have header content. Let's create for header top. And I believe we all know what the header top is about. These very ones, the daily progress test and the notification icon. So we can provide the flex direction to be row. We want it to look like this. So in row, and we are going to align everything at the center, make the width 100% and margin bottom of 20. Right, next let's create a couple of classes. So we have greeting, and font size should be 18. The greeting text font size should be 18, and the font weight should be 600. The color should be white and opacity 0.9. Let's have content. The content is going to have a flex of 1, and we're going to have a padding top of 20. So we can start applying these styles to some of the elements. So here we can have style dot header top, and then this is going to have the daily progress is going to have a style. So styles dot the greeting, move back, and we have this here. So it's time to push this to the far right. So basically similar to this. Let's push this to the far right. So over here we have to add a flex here to this, so we can have a style. This is going to be an inline style, so flex to be 1, and boom, we have the icon pushed to the right hand side. So let's work on the notification icon or styles. So over here we are going to have notification button, and this button is going to have a position relative, because you're going to have a counter at the top of the notification button here to give us the count of notifications. So we have to make this relative and add a padding of 8. We add a background color of RGB 255 255 255 0.15, and we are going to have a border radius of 12 and a margin left of 8. So move back here. Nothing is going to happen because we haven't applied these styles to any element yet. So let's create the styles notification badge, the badge to have the counter for the the notification badge. This is going to have a position of absolute top 0, and let's change this top from 0 to -4 to push it to the top right corner. And the background color is going to be a red color, so this variant of red 5252. And we want the border radius to be 10, the height we want the height to be 20, and we do want to add this kind of style. So we want to add justify content to be center, align items center, padding horizontally or horizontal should be 4, and we have the border width to be 2. Let's add the border color to be 1 4 and 6 9 2 2. 1 4 6 9 2 2. So I think everything that we need is here. If there is something missing, we are going to add it later on. So let's add the mean width. Let's add the mean width to be 20. Mean width to be 20. And the next thing we're going to create is the notification count, the number inside the notification bar. So the font size should be 11. We want the text to be white, the color of the text to be white, the font weight to be bold. And we have the progress details. So let's start writing the code for the progress bar. So the progress details is going to have a font size. There's something wrong here. Oops. Progress details. So let's have a font size 11 and color of white, and a font weight to be bold. Now we have the progress details. Next, we are going to add the progress rank, progress rank, the progress label, the progress percentage container, and the progress test container. So let's start with the progress container. I think it should be on top here. Progress container. So me adding this to the top here doesn't really change anything. It just feels like adding the container or bringing the container before adding the details and other styles of the progress bar makes so much sense to me. That is the main reason why I am writing the progress container style over here. It doesn't really change anything. So the progress container is going to have this style. So align items, you want to have everything at center, align item center, justify content center, and we want to have a margin vertical to be 10. So margin vertical to be 10. And next we are going to have the progress test container to have a position of absolute. So let's get rid of the auto code suggestion from cursor. So position absolute, and we want to have a z index of 1, align item center, justify content center, get rid of the width and height here, and we can add the progress percentage style. So just increasing the font size to 14, and having this RGB color, RGBA 225 225 225 0.9. Let's make the color white. Okay, let's just make this color white. Let's have a style for the progress label. Let's make the font size here, 36. 14 is going to be small. So let's have the progress label here. Font size 14. With the color to be RGBA. Font weight is going to be bold. And finally, let's create the progress rank style. So the rank is going to have transform. You just want to rotate it at -90°. So let's move back here and apply some of these styles that we just created. So over here, the touchable opacity, we can have the style to be style.notification button. Move back here, and boom, we have the background, and the opacity, when we touch it, it's fade away. So that is the function of the touchable opacity. So later on, we are going to add an on-press button to show the notifications, but we are just going to leave it this way for now, and later on add them. For the icon, we want to have a style. Do we really want to have a style again? I think it's fine. The icon is fine. And what's next? So inside the touchable opacity, remember, we have to create or render the badge to have the notification count. So what we are going to do here is to have a condition. So later on, when we save the medication inside the async storage and pull them from the local storage, we are going to have a variable to store the today's medication's length, right? But since we don't have it now, this is what we're going to do. We are just going to render the badge, right? Just going to render the badge, and we are going to display a random number or a hard-coded number. So you have view and test. So the view is going to have a style of notification badge, and the test is going to have the style of notification count. So back here, and voila, we have it over here, looking beautiful and similar to what we have over here. So let's work on styling these. Back to the progress, circular progress. We can now add the styles over here. So we have the progress container. Here we're going to have the progress test container and progress percentage for this test, and we're going to have a style.progress label over here as well. So once I hit on tab, my cursor ID is going to auto-complete this for us. And here we're going to have a style for the progress rank, and I think that will be it for now. And boom, we have this over here. Awesome. So things are starting to look exactly like what we have over here. I think it's time to work on the quick actions, and we can list the medication list over here. So let's create a new view for the quick actions, and we are going to have a view So let's just take things slowly. View is going to have style. Let's get rid of the style for now. You're going to have text that says quick actions. You're going to provide styles for it in no time. Quick actions. You have a view to have the grade, the buttons that we see over there. So you have a view, and that's going to be a grade. When styling it, you're going to make it a grade. Inside the inside the view components here, you're going to have the quick action. So let's create a constant to store the quick actions, and then we can import it or use it over there. So let's create a constant named quick actions, which is going to have an icon. These properties is going to have an icon, and the first icon is going to be add circular progress. Outline instead of progress, outline, and this is going to be as constant. Next, you're going to have a label, add medication. So let's bring the medication on a new line by bringing this backward slash and adding n, just like this. You're going to have the add and medication breaking down into a new line like what we have here. And let's have a route. So when the user clicks on this button, where do we want to take the user to? So for now, we don't have the route or the page set up yet, but we do want to take the user to medications / add. That is going to be as constant as well. And the last but one thing or property is going to be the color for the action button. So for the add medication button, we do want to have this color. And then we want to have this gradient as well. So this is going to be very similar to the rest of the action buttons. So the next button is going to be the calendar view, the history log, and the refill tracker. So I can grab those from my GitHub, the published code online, and paste them over here. You can pause the video in this view, copy this or type this out, pause it over here, and then you have completed the quick action constant, an array of objects. So let's move to the view here. You're going to have quick action, and then you're going to have a touchable opacity. So my AI is giving me an auto suggestion. We are not going to use this. Let's write it from scratch. So quick actions, using the map function to iterate over all the elements that we have in a quick action constant. So there's map, and you're going to have actions as our callback. And inside here, we are going to have a link from Expo router, because when the user clicks on this button, we want to take them to a different page. So we have a link, and let's have an href, which is going to be the reference to where we want to navigate to. So let's add actions here, action dot route, and then you're going to provide a key. So the key is going to be action dot label and this is going to be as child. Within the link, you're going to have a touchable opacity. We've already imported this, so let's have the touchable opacity and we are going to have a linear gradient. Remember, each of the buttons are having a unique background style. So we are going to have the linear gradient, which is going to be actions.gradient, and the style hasn't been created yet, so we're going to leave it just like this. Within the gradient, we are going to have a view, which is going to display the text and some icons. Right, so we have the view, and within the view we are going to have a view to contain the icon and the text. So let's add a view. Over here, and the text over here. So we don't have the style yet. I'll get rid of this. When we do have an error in the link, action.route. Okay, so the main reason why we're having this red wavy line, I think, is because we don't have a router implemented. I don't know. So let's have the router here. Use router, I guess. Use router and create a router for the application. So inside here, we can create the router. We're still getting this error. So let's try and add something like this to see if you're going to have a home. Okay, so I do understand now. This route hasn't been implemented yet. So we don't have this route created yet. So that's why we are getting this error. So once we create the route, we will be able to, get rid of this error and navigate to those pages. So let's save it and see if it's going to work. Alright, so we have it over here. Without the styles, this is really boring. So the next thing we are going to do is to provide styles for the quick action button and move to the medication list. So let's start with quick action container, I guess. Yeah, quick action container should make sense. So quick actions container, and this should have a padding horizontal 20 and margin bottom to be 25. Let's create the quick action grid, which is going to render the quick action in a grid form. So quick action grids should be, the flex direction should be row, the flex wrap, just wrap, the gap should be 12, and the margin top should be 15. Let's have a style for the action button. So action button is going to have a width, which is going to take into consideration the width of the device the user is accessing the app on. So width minus 52 divided by 2. So I didn't come up with this number by magic or anything. I've already built the app, so I kind of know which numbers works really well. So you can experiment with things and come up with a number that works for you. So the height is going to be 100, and then the border radius should be 16, overflow should be hidden. Get rid of align items center. Let's make this one thing, and let's have action. Let's create the action gradient. We have a gradient, so you have to create the action gradient, right? Let's create that. Flex 1, and then the padding is going to be 15. And then we have the action icon, the icons that we have in the action section. This one's over here. A width of 40, height of 40, a margin bottom. We don't want to have a margin bottom or add a margin bottom. We just want to have a border radius of 12, a background color, and justify center and align item center. Next, we are going to have the action label to have a font size of 14, the margin top to be 8, the font weight should be 600, and the text should be white. And I think we are through with all the classes that we need for the quick action. So let's just get them imported over here and see how it goes. So for the view, the second view, we are going to have style dot quick actions container. The text is going to have quick action title. I don't think we have anything like quick action title, so this should be section title. We also don't have anything like section title, so I think it's time to create the section title for the quick actions. So let's move back here. Section title is going to be very basic. The font size is going to be 20, the font weight 700, and we are going to have the color to be this. Margin bottom 5, and I think that is it. So yeah, move back here. Section title, for the touchable opacity, you're going to have styles.action button, and this is going to be the action gradient. Here you have the action icon style, and so all these have been applied to the respective element. Let's give it a save, move back, and what do we have here? We do have looks like the buttons has been cropped. We should find the error, and let's move to the button, the action button. So we don't have any problem with the action button. It's supposed to be this. What's actually going on here? Okay, so we have to add a class here. Think we are missing a class, so the style dot action gradient. So let's see if this is going to have it first. I'm not really sure. And the view here is supposed to be action content and not action gradient. So I think we created action content. Did we? Let's see. Okay, so we have to create the action content over here. So basically it's going to have a flex of 1 and a justify of space between. So justify content, space between. And voila, we have the the buttons looking exactly as what we have over here. So let's make the color of this text white. So the button, the action text, we move over here. The action label, we have to add the style. So we already have the style, but we didn't add it. So styles.action label, and they should have the white color added to the labels. And there we go, we have the white colors added to the label. So now we are going to work on the medication list and work on the add medication page so that we will be able to add a medication. To create the today's schedule, we have to add a new view. So right after this, let's collapse this as well. And over here, we are going to create a new view for the today's medication. So let's start by creating the view. And within the view, we have another view. Then we have a text, which is going to say today's schedule. Then we are going to have a link that is going to take the user to the calendar view. Once they click on the see all button, so we don't have the calendar page yet created yet, we are going to create that, and this red wavy line is going to disappear. So we provide a touchable opacity. We should have this link implemented this way, and we are going to have a touchable opacity which is going to have the text see all. So let's save this and see what we have on the screen. So we have today's schedule see all, which is quite different from what we have here. When we add the styles, everything is going to look like this. And we are going to have this check. And the check is going to say today's medications.length. Since we don't have the storage implemented, so we don't have anything coming from today's medication. So what I'm going to do here is to make a condition here. So I will say if true, indicating that there is actually 0 length in medication, and turn it back to false to view this page. So what this page is going to do is to tell us there is no medication schedules for today if the length equals 0. Else we want to display all the medications in the list view, right? So I have true here and have a view. We are going to have a view that is going to say a view and an icon. Name, medical outline. The size should be 48. And the color should be CCC. And the text should be no medication schedule for today. And what other things are we going to add? So aside this, we are going to have a link that is going to ask the user to add a medication should in case there is no medication. You're going to have the link, and this is going to take the user to medication.add, and the text is going to be add medication, but this is going to be in a touchable opacity. So you have touchable opacity wrapped around this add medication button. Let's move back here, and we have the add medication indicating that we have 0 medication list. Else, if there is actually a medication list, we do want to render. So for now we don't have anything, but if there is a medication, we do want to render .map. And we have a constant here to contain the variable taken. So we are going to implement this later on. So it's going to check if the dosage has been taken. So is dose taken? We are going to create that function when we set up the async storage for the application. So I'll just leave it here and return a view. So we're going to return this view here, and within the view we are going to have another view. You're going to have icons. The icon is going to be medical, and the size is going to be 24. The color is going to be medication.color. So we don't have that yet, medication.color. So we are going to have this error. I'll get rid of this property and add it later on. And then we are going to have another view to have the medication name, the dosage, the time, and all of that. So we're going to have a view within this view. The medication name and the medication time. So name and time. Let's hard code this. We're going to have another view which is going to have the name and dosage over here, dosage, and we are going to have the time over here. So time, medication time. This is going to be an icon. Of time outline, and the size is going to be 16. And there is one more thing to check. So if the drug is being taken, we also have a different style that we want to render in the application. So what we're going to do, we are going to have a taken state. So for now, let's make this false. So false, indicating that the drug hasn't been taken. So if the drug hasn't been taken, we do want to render a button that is going to say take, else you're going to write taken. So let's do it the opposite. So if this is true, meaning the user has taken a drug, we want to show this view that says the drug is taken, and else we want to show that the drug is made, not made per se, but to say the user should take the drug, right? So the icon here and the text, and the taking is supposed to be in a touchable opacity, right? A touchable opacity. So I'll get rid of the icon here and make this touchable opacity. Name here touchable opacity. Awesome. So I think it's time to add the styles and see what we have on the screen. So let's add the styles quickly. So we are going to start with section header. Which is going to have these properties. The margin bottom is going to be 15, and we are going to have the see all button style. Remember the see all, this one here. So let's add that. So see all button, and it's going to have two properties, so the color and the font weight. So the color is going to be this one here. And you're going to have the empty state. So when the medication length is 0, we want to have a style for the empty state. So let's have a style. And the empty state test, right? So these are the styles. And then you're going to have a style for the add medication button and add medication test. So we have the add medication button. We create that over here. The background color is going to be this, the padding horizontal 20, vertical 10, and border radius to be 20. And we have the add medication button test with a color of white and font weight of 600. And next we are going to create the dose card and the dose badge and the dose information, right? So those kind of details, we need the dose card, the dose badge, the dose information. We need all of them over here. So the dose card is going to have a flex direction of row, and we are going to have align center. The background color is going to be white because the dose card is going to have the text and also a button that would indicate that the user has taken the drug or to take the drug, right? And we have the dose badge, we have the dose info, and we have a style for the medicine name, the dosage info, the dose time, and the time test, right? So we have dose, so we have the medicine name, we have the dose info, dose time, and the time tests, right? And we are going to have the taking dosage button style, take dose test button style. So these are going to be the buttons that are going to render if the user is supposed to take a dose or take a dose. So you have the test and the button. So we can start calling some of these classes to see what we are going to see on the screen. So you have style, section. We should create the style for section, and this can be an inline style. So all we are doing here is to add a padding horizontal 20, and here we have the section header, and the next one we have the section title. For the touchable opacity, let's make this as child, and get rid of this. For the touchable opacity, the text within the touchable opacity is going to be style dot see all button. So let's save this, and boom, we have this over here. Awesome. So very similar or same to this one. Awesome. So the next thing is to render or style this page if there is no medication list. So styles.empty state, and we have the text here that says no medication, so that is going to be a style. Then we have styles.empty state text. For the touchable opacity, we are going to make this the add medication style, so add medication button style. And for the text here, it's going to be add medication button text. So that will be it for this section. And over here, we are going to have the styles. So you're going to have the dosage card over here. And for the second view, you're going to have style and provide style.dosage badge, and you're going to have the background color to come from the medication color. Since you don't have any medication list coming in, I'll just comment this out. And for the icon here, it doesn't need any style. Here you're going to have a style, the dosage info, dose info. And here we are going to have style for medicine name, dosage info, dosage time style over here, and dosage time style over here. And for this view, you're going to have the style dot dose take dose button over here, and the text for the taking button is going to be styles dot take dose test. Then for here, the last part, we are going to have the take dose button, and then the styles dot take dose test. I think that will be it for the styles for now. And later on, when we do have a real medication list coming in, we are going to render them over here. Awesome. So everything is looking beautiful. We can scroll on this page. The scroll view is working. So one more thing before we move to the add medication page is to work on a modal. So when I click on this button, there should be a modal popping up from the bottom of the screen to show the notifications. So let's work on that real quick, and we can start working on the add medication form. So we scroll all the way here, down here, and import modal from React Native, and this is going to have, this should be visible only when we have a notification. But since we don't have the state created and the logic created, I'll just make it true, meaning it is going to be displayed as soon as we render this page. So animation style, slide, and on within the modal, you're going to have a view to have all the modal or the list of notifications. So we have a view, another view, we have a text that says notification, we have touchable opacity to close the modal, so it's going to be an icon. So here we are going to list all the today's medications, and since we don't have any medication, I'll just make it an empty array and loop through it. Dot map medications, and here we are going to have a view or a style for the notification. So we have a view, and within the view we are going to have a view which is going to have an icon. The name of the icon is going to be medical, and we have another view right after this view, which main purpose and duty is to have the text, render the text that we are going to see in the notification. So we have medication name, medication dosage, and medication time. All these are hard coded. We are going to get the real data from the local storage once we implement the add medication logic. So when we save this and move back, click on this. Let's refresh this page. So actually there is a modal showing, but since we don't have any style for the modal, we don't see anything here. So let's move back and add the styles for the modal. So we have a style for the modal overlay over here, and we have a style for the modal content, modal header, and modal title. So all these are the style and properties that we are going to use to style the modal. So the content, we have a background of white, the border top left 20, border top right 20, the padding 20, and the margin and the max height is 80%. So we don't want this to cover the whole screen. We are going to have a style for the close button, the modal close button, and the notification item. And then we are going to have some styles for notification icon, the content, the title, the message itself, and the time. So let's have those over here. So we have notification icon, notification content, title, message, time. Let's give this a save. So let's move back to the view and add these styles and save it. Here we're going to have modal overlay and modal content, modal title over here, modal close button for the touch opacity. Then here we're going to have the notification item. We're going to have the notification icon style. So when we save this and move back to our mobile application, we should see the notification over here, and there it is. So we have it here. We don't have it occupied so much space because we don't have any list of medications yet. So next on the list is the add medication form to help the user add a medication. So the next thing we are going to build is the add medication page. Notice we only have the quick action buttons being implemented, but the logic to take us to the actual page to add a medication hasn't been created yet. So without wasting my time, let's create a new folder inside the app directory called medication. And within medication, we are going to have this file named add.tsx to contain the code to add medication into our application. So as usual, we are going to write the skeleton of the page and then add the styles later on. So we start by importing useState from React, useState, and we are going to import a couple of elements from React Native. So we are going to import view, text, style sheet for writing our styles, text input for accepting input from the user. We have touchable opacity. We have scroll view. We are going to need a stretch button and dimensions. We are going to need platform because we will be rendering different elements based on the platform. So for Android, we are going to render some certain kinds of elements, and for iOS, we are going to render some certain kind of element. So the platform is going to help us detect the platform the user is using our application on. And then finally, we have alert, all from React Native. So let's start by creating the basic form input before we add the stylings later. So we are going to have our functional component. So export default function add medication screen. Awesome. So here we are just going to return a view. So as I mentioned earlier on, a view is like a div in web development. So a div is used to contain other elements, same as view in React Native. So we have view. So over here, we are going to have a linear gradient. So when we check the application, we can see for the other pages, we have this green linear gradient here with a back button and the title of the page. So we are going to add that without the styling. So we're going to have a linear gradient. Before that, you have to import linear gradient. And in using a code editor like VS Code and Keza, once you type the function or the component linear gradient, you get it imported automatically over here once you hit enter. So we have our linear gradient imported. We can add the props. So it has a couple of properties. So we have colors to indicate which colors we want to have our gradient. So maybe starting from the top to the bottom or from right to left or vice versa. So we have these two colors here which we want to use for our linear gradient. So they are just a light green to a more deeper version of the green color. We have that here, and we have a start props which is going to start from an x-axis. So for the x-axis, we want to start from 0, and for the y-axis, we want to start from 0 as well. And we have the end props, which is going to also be so we start from x0, we want to end at x position 1. So in between 0 and 1, we can enter any number like 0.5. So from 0 to 1, 0.1, 2, 3, all the way up to 1. And for y, we are going to have the same number, which is 1. And that will be it for the linear gradient. Alright, so we are importing the wrong linear gradient. So this linear gradient is supposed to come from not React Native SVG, but from Expo linear gradient. So that was why we're having this red wavy error under the colors. So next, within the view, we are going to add another view, which is going to contain the elements on this page. So we are going to start by creating the back button and also the new medication test, like what we have here. So calendar and the back button. So let's start by writing another view. And inside here, we are going to have the touchable opacity to have that subtle fading effect when we click on the button to enhance the user experience. So the touchable opacity is going to have an icon. So we are going to use the back icon. So name, chevron, back, and the size, we want it to be 28. The color should be this color. So you're going to have 1A, 8E, 2D. So we have that to be our color for the icon. And we are going to have a text that is going to say new medication. So a text to indicate the name of the page. So new medication. So we have that here. And within this view, we are going to this very view, we are going to have the scroll view to have the input forms, right? So let's call the scroll view over here. So the main purpose of the scroll view is to allow the user to scroll the content on a page if they exceed the height of the screen. So we have a scroll view, and within this scroll view, you are going to have a view. But before we add the content, let's try and add these props. So you're going to have shows vertical scroll indicator. We want that to be false because we don't want to show any scrolling indicator on the screen. Vertical, not horizontal. And we are going to have a style, so that will be added later on. So over here, we are going to add the basic informations. So before we start writing the basic informations, let's save this page, add the URL to the home page, and see what we are going to have on the mobile app. So back to home. So the only thing that we would need to add is to move back to the layout page, and over here we are going to add the medication page onto the stack. So basically I'll have a stack the screen, and you're going to have a name. The name is going to be the exact folder name here and the add.tsx. So we have medications and we have add, and we provide a couple of options. So the options are going to be header shown, false, the header back title, is going to be an empty text or string, and the title of the page is going to be an empty text. So by default, Expo router adds the title for each page right on the header. So we are hiding the header and we don't want to show any title. We want to create our own title, which we did over here, the new medication. So we can reload the simulator by hitting R in the terminal and moving back to the app to see what we have here. So let's enter our password, and we have the notification showing, So we should hide the notification first before we can, interact with these buttons, the quick action buttons. So back to home. Let's scroll all the way to notifications or modal. So visible is true. So you have to turn it to false, change it from true to false to hide that modal. And there we go, we have the modal disappear. So we can click on the add medication button to view the add medication page. So let's click on it. And there we go, we have the new medication. So there is nothing showing here. You don't see the styles because we haven't added any style yet. We are going to do that in some few seconds. So let's continue with the skeleton of the application and later on add the styles. So back to add. Let's start writing the code for the basic informations. So you're going to have a view. With a test input. So this test input have a couple of props. So we have the placeholder, which is very similar to what we have in web. So placeholder, the name is going to be medication name. And we have the placeholder text color. We want it to be a gray color, so we are going to use this color code. And we have the value, so we haven't added anything yet. So when we create the state, we should have a value. So it's going to be something like form.name. So I'll just get rid of that over here and leave everything. So just a basic text input. Let's move back to the screen and see what we have. So we have a medication name, which we can enter something inside. So it works. Let's add the rest of the input. We have view. I'll just grab this here and paste it. So the placeholder is going to be dosage instead of the medication name. Dosage. Provide an example. 500 mg. The placeholder color is going to be same. And you're going to copy this whole view and paste it over here. And inside here, instead of we having a text input, we are going to have we're going to render something different, which is going to be a button or a card that is going to display the render the frequency options, right? So like how frequent do you want to take the drug, right? So 2 times daily or 3 times daily. So let's get rid of this text input. And over here, let's add a test, which is going to say how often and over here we are going to render the frequency option. So render frequency option. So let's go ahead and create the frequency options and render them over here. So let's move all the way here, up here. Over here, we are going to create a constant named render frequency options. We return a view. And inside here, we are going to create a constant that is going to contain every frequency that we want to render in the application. So let's go ahead and create those ones and loop them over here. map over them and display them inside the application or the form. So the frequencies are going to be an array of objects. So I have those over here. Let's walk through them line by line. So we have the frequencies here, and each object contains an ID, a label, icon, and time, right? So the ID is 1, 2, all the way up to the last one, 5. And we have the label. So for the first item in the array, the label is once daily, meaning the user is going to take the medicine once daily. And we have twice daily, 3 times a day, all the way up to the last option. We have the icon for each of the frequencies, and we have a time, the time zone. So for once daily, the time is 9 a.m. So you can customize this to your own preference. We have times here, 9 and to 9, right? 3 times daily, we have these options, and 4 times daily, we have this option. So as a developer, you can also make this in a way that the user will be able to customize these times. Right now, it is hard-coded, so you can take that one upon yourself and build it as a try work or a test work to test your skills in React Native. So let's scroll here and look through the frequencies. You're going to have frequencies.map, frequency, and there's going to be a touchable opacity because you want all these to have that feel that the user is pressing something to enhance the user experience. So we have the touchable opacity, and what you're going to do here is you're going to add some styles, but not now. So let's add a key. The key is going to be frequency.id. So the ID that we created over here, this particular one, ID, and we are going to have a style later on and an on-press button later on. So let me just comment this out. Inside here, we are going to have a view, and this view is going to have an icon. So we import the icon. So this icon is going to have the icon name, to be frequency.icon. We have the size to be 24, and you have the color here, which is going to be rendered conditionally. So if the user has selected a frequency, we want to show a different color for the icon, and for the default state, we want to show a different color. So since we haven't added the styling yet, I'll just comment this out, and later on we are going to add it. And inside here, we're going to have the text, which is going to be the frequency.label. With the exception of the styles and the functions, this is completed for now. We can render it over here. So let's call it render frequency options. Move back here, and boom, we have it. So when we add the styles, we are going to see them rendered very beautifully. Let's move back to create the skeleton. Continue with the skeleton of the application. So the next thing we are going to create is to have a form or an option for how long the user is going to take the drag. So for how long, and this is also going to have its own loop, right? It's going to have its own loop to render the duration option. So we have render duration options. So we are going to create that function over here. So constant render duration options. So this is also going to be very similar to what we have in the render frequency options. So I'll copy everything here, paste it, and modify it to suit the duration option. So let's go ahead and create a constant for the duration options. For the duration options, we are going to have an ID as we did here. So ID1 label 7 days, the value is 7. We do for the rest of the days. So here too, you can create a function to help the user customize these durations as well. I'll just leave it this way and change the frequencies here to durations and have DUR over here. So you have touchable opacity. This is going to be the same. We have DUR.ID for the key, and for the icon we are going to we're not going to render any icon for this, so I'll get rid of the icon and duplicate this test. So for the first test, we are going to have the duration dot value. So if the value is greater than 0, we want to render the duration dot value. Else we want to have this infinity test over here. Or character, sorry, character, not test. And for the second test, we want to have the duration.label, and that will be 8 for the duration, with the exception of the styles and the business logics. Back to the app. There's nothing showing here because we haven't called this function inside the renderer. So let's have it here, render duration options. So why do we have this red wavy line here? So let's try and inspect the function itself. The render duration options. So I see the problem here. So there should be a return here, right, as we did for the render frequency option. So the return is going to return this view inside the component. But what we have right now is like calling this function to perform some action. So this is just like a function, a regular function in JavaScript. So you have to add a return to return the view to the component we are calling this function from. This should get the error first. Paste it over here. And there we go, we have the error first, right? Awesome. So we can add a touchable opacity to handle the date selection, right? So let's have a touchable opacity. And within the touchable opacity, we are going to have a view. And this view is going to have an icon. The name of the icon is going to be a calendar. And we have the size 20. And we have the color to be 1A8 E2D. And we're going to have a test that is going to say starts, and then we add the local date string. So we are going to implement this later on, but for now we don't have it, so I'll just make it start. So calendar. So next we are going to add the date time picker. But before we do that, we need this package. So there is this package called React Native Community Date Picker. So I'll copy that and install it over here. You just have to call the component date time picker. So we should actually import it over here before we can use it. Let's go the way here and import date time picker. From React Native, and there we go, we have it. So we scroll the way here, React date time picker. We are going to use the mode for date because we want to pick the date. Notice this red wavy line here, meaning we have to add a value of date before this will work. So let's take this opportunity to add the form data for the project. So I'll scroll the way up here and paste the form data over here. So we have the use state, we have form, set form, and we have the name, dosage, frequency, duration. All these are states of the form that we will be submitting in this project. So for the start date, we initialize it with a new date object, and we have a time, we have note, reminder enabled, true, refill reminder, false, current supply, and refill at or to be an empty string. So this is the state of the medication form that we'll be using in this application. So let's scroll the way here, and for the value, I will just make it form dot start date, and we have the error being disappear. We are going to add the time picker, right? So this is the date picker. So we have date picker, the same component, date time picker, and this time around the mode is going to be time, but the value is going to be something different. So the value is going to be this. Inside the value, we are going to have a self-invoking function. So here we are going to create a constant to distract the hours and minutes, and this is going to be the function. So we are going to have form.times and split the time string into hours and minutes and convert it to numbers. So we do it this way, dot split dot map number, and then we create a constant, date equals new date, we have date dot set hours, passing the hours, and the minutes that we distracted, we add 0 and 0. So we have hours, minutes, we have seconds and milliseconds. So the seconds and milliseconds are going to be 0, 0, and then we return the date. So when I move to the app, enter my password, click on the add medication button, we should see the date picker here, and we have it beautiful. We have the time picker as well. Awesome. So let's continue with the rest of the component. Now let's get this straight. This is just the skeleton of the application. We haven't added functions, the onChange event to handle the change when the user selects a time or a date or input a text into the text element, and the styles as well. So the next view is going to be the reminders, refill tracker, and notes. So you're done with the schedule. You're going to have reminders, refill tracking, and notes. So we have a view, and you're going to have a couple of views. So over here, you're going to have an icon with name. The icon name is notification. You have the color. You have another view, which is going to have the test, reminders, and the subtext, get notified when it's time to take your medication. Reminders. Get notified when it's time to take your medication. And then right from this view, we are going to add a switch. So the switch that we imported from the React Native package. So you're going to have this switch, and the thumb color is going to be white. And we have the track color, which is going to be, when we turn it off, the track color is going to be a gray color, and when it's being turned on, it's going to be a green color. So that will be it for the switch for now. Let's move back and see what we have. And there we go, we have the switch button over here. So let's add the note, and we will add the refill tracking later on. Let's add the note. We have view. And a text input. Placeholder should be these colors, and the placeholder text color should be this. All right, so let's add one more thing before we start with the styling. So finally, let's add the submit button to submit the form. So let's add a view. Touchable opacity. We are going to have a linear gradient for the button. So let's get rid of the styles for now and this state, since we haven't created them yet. So the text is going to be by default add medication, and we are going to have a touchable opacity to handle the cancel. So in case the user change his or her mind and want to cancel the form, we are going to use this button to do just that. Cancel. Let's move back and see what we have. Awesome. So let's start writing the styles for the forms, and we are going to add the business logic later on. So let's start by writing some styles for this page. I'll collapse this view here. I'll hide this panel to have more room to write my styles. So we start by creating a variable, a constant named styles equals style sheet, the one we imported over here. So we have style sheet over here, and dot create is a function that we can use to create our styles. So we're going to start with the container, and we are going to give that one a flex of 1 and a background color of this color code. So we can write a couple more styles before we move to the views and the component to add those styles. So I'll add the header gradient, which is going to have a position of absolute, a top of 0, left of 0, right of 0, and the height is going to be a platform specific height. So for the height, it's going to be dynamic. We are going to call the platform.os. So we have this as part of the packages from React Native platform over here, which detect the platform the user is using the app on. So we have platform.os, the operating system. So if the operating system is iOS, we do want to have the height to be 140, else 120. So for Android or any other platform. And we are going to have a style for content. With flex of 1. And a padding top, which is also going to be a platform specific style or property. So we have the platform.os. If the OS is iOS, we do want to give the padding top 50, else we want to give it 30. And we have the header style, which is having the flex direction of row. And we have align items to be center. Let's bring a comma here. We have the padding horizontal to be 20. And we have the padding bottom to be 20. And we have z index 1 to be 1. Alright, so this isn't supposed to be here. Let's just get rid of it, and we are going to have a style for the back button. Remember, I showed you guys what the back button is going to look like. So let's just have that class. So for the back button, we are going to have a width of 40, a height of 40, and a border radius 20 to give it that feel, right? This circular feel. And we have the background color to be white, justify center, align item center. The shadow color is white. And we have the shadow offset, shadow opacity, shadow radius to be 4, and elevation to be 3. So the elevation is the shadow drop down. So how do we want to elevate the shadow, right? So the higher the number, the higher the shadow is going to be elevated. So we have the back button. And we have the header title with font size of 20, font weight of 700, color white, margin left 15. That is going to be for this side over here. So I think with just what we have, we should be able to apply the styles before we continue with the rest of the styles. So for the parent view, we are going to have style equals styles dot container. Let's give it a save, move back. So nothing really happens over here because we are just making the container flex of 1 and the background color of this one over here. So we just see the color for the background and the flex of 1. And over here, we are going to have a style, styles dot header gradient. Give it a save, and when we move back here, we should see this gradient. So it's starting to look exactly like what we have here, and we can add a couple more styles. So here we have the style to be styles dot content. So this is going to be the the view to have the styles for the content. Give it a save, move back, and for the content, these are the properties that we wrote, right? The padding top and the padding the flex 1. So we do have the padding top over here, and let's continue on with this. So we have the style here, which is going to be styles dot header. styles.header, and for the touchable opacity we are going to have style dot the back button. We have this effect showing here already, and for the icon we are not going to apply any style to it, but for this test it's going to have the styles dot header title, and we have the new medication, so looking very similar to what we have here. So things are starting to take shape, and yeah, let's continue with the rest of the views. So for the scroll indicator we are going to have a style, the form container style, which is going to be the style around every single form that we have in the application. So style, this can actually be an inline style because it's just we want to change one property. So flex to 1, and we are going to have a second property here, a props that's going to say content container style, right? Content container style, which is going to be styles dot form container. So form content container. So we are here to create this style. So let's actually go ahead and create this style over here. We are going to have a padding of 20, and that will be it. So back here we have a nice padding, create a space around the element, a nice padding, a beautiful padding. So let's continue on with the rest of the styles. So over here we are going to have a style name styles dot section. We are here to have that styles style equals styles dot input container. So you're going to have a style for the input container and the styles for the test input itself. So you're going to have styles dot main input, and we are going to have a different style when there is an error. So that one is going to be styles dot input error, which we are going to render conditionally. So we have error dot name. So if there is an error, we are here to create the state. We are going to have styles dot input error. So I'll get rid of this, and we're going to create the style for the main input and the input error before we continue on with the rest of the application. So let's have a style for section, margin bottom of 25. We are going to have a style for section title, which is going to be font weight 18, font size 18, font weight 700. The color is going to be of this color code, margin bottom of 15 and margin top of 10. And you're going to have the styles for the main input, which is going to have a font size of 20. The color is going to be of this color code, and the padding is going to be 15. So when you move or scroll the way up here, we actually have the form container style being created, the styles.section created. So let's create the input container and the input error before we can test that out. So for the input container, we are going to have the background color to be white, the border radius to be 16 to add those rounded fill, margin bottom to be 12, border width 1, the border color, shadow color, and all these are properties to add a shadow to the input, right? Let's add the input error. So the input error is just going to be a border color of red to indicate that there is an error in the form, like the user is inputting a wrong value in the form, and the error text is going to be of red as well. with a font size of 12, margin top of 4, and margin left of 12. We can test this out. So let's get rid of this S. It's not supposed to be styles, but style. Give this a save and move back here. Awesome, we have our medication form being rendered beautifully. We have the shadows and the styles that we applied to the input is actually reflecting over here. So you can actually take your time and comment every single line out to see what they are actually doing to the input field. I think that way you're going to learn really fast and understand everything really better. So let's add a value. Since we added the form, the state here, this particular state, the form state, so we can add the value over here, which is going to be the form dot name for the value, and we are going to have onChange test. So this is going to be an event that will trigger anytime the user inputs something inside the field. So what do you want to do? We want to grab the test. So we have the test as a callback. We do want to grab the test and we want to set the form, update the form data. So set form to we spread. So whatever we have in the form, we maintain that and append the name, which is going to come from the test, the callback we are getting from the onChange test event. And if there is an error, errors.name, so actually I think it's time we should add the error state. So let's have that state over here. You're going to have the error state here. And check if there is an error, errors.name. We set errors. We spread every error that we have, and then we just get rid of every single test the user has inputted, and then we assign the name to an empty string. So the error state is very simple. What we are doing here is just to store the error in an object. So you have a key and a string, right? You have a key and a string. So the key name is going to be the name of the form, and the string is going to be the actual error. So you have that here, and what we are going to do is to have this state. So when there is an error, so errors.name, so if there is an error in the name field, we do want to display this test. So you have style, it's going to be styles, and the validation is going to be done when we start doing the upload or implementing the upload logic. So error test, and we are going to have the errors.name over here. So we can actually bring back what we deleted. So errors.name. So if errors.name, meaning there is an error, we want to apply styles.inputError. So we move back, nothing is going to change, and that's fine, that's okay. So we have that, and let's work on the other input fields. So we move back to the next input, which is the dosage. So what we are going to do is to have a style very same to this one. So I'll just grab what we have here, input container, and then once we save it, we can immediately see we have some styles applying to this already. To make this complete, we just have to apply the style. So copy this same style and paste it here, and boom, we have the same style. Awesome. Let's add the value and the onChange, which is very similar to what we did here. So I'll just copy it and paste it and change the form.name to form.dosage, And here, instead of name, we make it dosage, here dosage, and dosage here as well. And for the error, very same. I'll just copy this and change the name to dosage, errors.dosage, and here as well, no s, dosage, not dosages, so dosage. So I think we are done with this input field. Next is going to be the schedule, right? So let's start styling the schedules. So I will apply a style here. So style equals styles.container, and we are going to have a style for the test and move back to the render frequency option function and apply a couple of styles. So we are going to have style equals styles.section title, and over here we are going to have the same error check-ins. So we check if there is an error.frequencies, we display the error test. We do same for the duration options as well. So we have that here, and change frequencies to duration. Change this as well, and the style for the test is going to be same. So I'll copy this and paste it over here. Awesome. So you have the styles for the title. Now let's work on the view, the styles for the frequency. So we do have a couple of styles here. So we are going to have our first style, which is going to be options grid. We are going to display this in a grid form. So we have that here, options grid, and the flex direction is going to be row, flex wrap is wrap, and margin horizontal is -5. So we have the flex grid, so we have the options grid, and right after the option grid, we are going to have a style for the option card. Right, each of these options are going to be styled. So let's provide the styles for the option card. So it's very basic. Okay, so we have the width, and we are getting the width of the device. We take 60 out of it and divide it by 2. So to get the width of the device that the user is using, we use this property. So we distract the width from dimensions.get window. So we imported dimensions over here, so constant width, and we get the width of the device from dimensions.get parenthesis window. So that's what we are doing here, and the background color is white, the border radius 16, padding 15, margin 15, align item center. We have the border width, border color, and these are the shadows, the styles for the shadows. When we check the code, we can see that there is some consistency in these shadow styles. So same applies to this one and the other and this very one. So they are basically the same. And when the user selects an option, we want to have a different style. So what you're going to do is to provide a style for the selected option card. That's going to have a background color and a border color. That will be it, nothing more, nothing less. And for the option icon, we are also going to have a style. So what you're going to do is to have a width of 50, the height is going to be 50 for the icon, border radius, background color, justify center, align item center, and margin bottom to be 10. And for the selected option icon, we have this style. So in as much as we want to style the option card when it's being selected, we also want to do same for the icon. So a style for the option label and a style for the selected option label. So for the option label, we have a font size, font weight, color, text aligned to be center, meaning we want to place everything in the center. And for the selected option label, we want to have a color of white. So I will save this and scroll the way up here. So here we are going to have styles and styles dot option grade. We can save this and see what we have on the screen. We have the grade. Awesome. So let's apply more styles. So for the touchable opacity, we have the key. We can add a style, and the style is going to be this. We have the styles dot option card, and we are going to have a different style when the frequency is being selected. So selected frequency, which is going to be a state which I will be creating very soon. If that is equal to the frequency dot label, we do want to show style dot selected option card, right? So let's go ahead and create this state. So basically it's going to be where here. So we create the selected frequency, set selected frequency, and use state is an empty string. So I think with just this we can see some changes, and there we go, we have some changes here, but we are not quite there yet. So we do have to apply a couple of styles before we can achieve our desired outcome. So here you're going to have style, styles dot option icon, and here we are going to have the same check. So if the frequency is being selected, we want to render the selected option over here. And for the icons, we also want to do something very similar. So with regards to the color, we do want to have the color check. So if the selected frequency equals the frequency dot label, we want to have a white color, else we want to have this color. I'll give this a save. And for the text, we are going to have the label. We are going to have these styles. So we are going to have styles dot option label, and selected frequency equals frequency dot label. So we have styles dot option label for the label style, and if it's being selected, or if we select the frequency, we want to change to the selected option label. So let's give this a save, and voila, we have this rendered beautifully. So next, let's work on the render duration options. Let's apply some styles here and create them inside the style sheet. So we are going to have style styles dot option grid. So for the style is basically the same. So here we are going to create the state for selected duration. So let's have that. We copy this, paste it over here, and we have selected duration, and we have set selected duration. So we are going to add the onPress functionality later on. So for the view, we are going to have style.duration number, which we are yet to create, and selected duration number for the value, right? And for the label, we are going to have this. So same as the option label. So let's go ahead and create the duration number and selected duration number. Let's go the way down here. So for the duration number, what we are doing here is to just increase the font size, add a font weight, a color, margin bottom of 5. And for the selected duration number, we want to change the color to white. So let's check what's actually going on here. So there is a mistake here. We're supposed to get rid of this. Not supposed to be here, but here. And we can get rid of this view and this one. Let's give it a save. And boom, we have it over here. Awesome. So let's work on the date and time selector. We should create a state for them first before we add the styles. So we are going to create a state for the show time picker and the show date picker. So we have set the state here, which by default is false. Let's scroll the way down here and add our style. So once we add our styles, we can then apply it to the view and the element. So for the date button, this is the style that we are going to use. The flex direction is going to be row, align item center, background color white. We have the border radius and margins and paddings, and the shadow is same as what we have been doing in the previous style. So this is going to be the date button, and we are going to have the date icon container and the date button text. So the date icon container is going to have a width of 40, height of 40. We are going to understand it better when we render it in the view and look at it in the simulator. We have the background color, justify content, and all these properties to style the date icon container, and we have the date button text. So let's scroll the way here. So let's add the styles. We have style. We have styles dot date button. Later on, we are going to add an unpressed props, and for the view, we are going to add style styles dot date icon container, and for the button, right, the date button text, we are going to have this over here, and the time, we are going to start from the form dot, you're going to use this form dot start date property, and then we are going to access the to local date string function to convert the date object into a readable format for the start date, and we are going to have an icon here with a name, chevron forward, the size is going to be 20, and the color is going to be of this color code. Right, so for the date picker, this is what we are going to do. So you're going to have this state here. So if show date picker, right, if the props is true, we want to render the date picker. So this is going to open the date picker only if the show date picker is true. So let's add the unchange prop event. So this is going to have an event as callback and a date, right? So inside here, we are going to set the show date picker to false, and we are going to check if date exists. We have to set the form that we created up there. We spread existing properties and set the start date to the new date that the user has selected. So we can check this out. So we have the state button over here, right, for the start date. Awesome. So over here, when the user clicks on this touchable opacity, we want to open the date picker, date time picker. So we have on press here, and we set the show date picker to true. So that is going to render this to be true and show the date picker. So right now when I click on it, we can see the date picker over here, which we can modify and choose anything that we want. Awesome. So let's work on the time picker. So with that one, we're also going to have this state here that says show time picker, which we are going to trigger when a user clicks on the touchable opacity. So let's have that here. So we have to add the onChange event over here. So we have onChange event. So we have very similar to what we did here. So I'll just copy. So we have the event and the date as callbacks. But over here, we are going to do something very different. So we first set the show time picker to false, because once the user has selected the time, we just have to, set it off, right? And we check if date exists. This is what we want to do. We want to create a new constant named new time. And what this new time is going to do is we are going to have convert the date to hour and minute. So we're going to have date dot to local time string, and we pass in default, passing this object. So for hour, we want it to be 2 digits. For minute, we want that one to be 2 digits as well. And for the hour 12, we want it to be false. And right after this, we are going to set the form. So we have the previous state here, the previous data in the form. And what we are going to do is to, spread the previous data. So we are going to have times here. And what we are going to do here is to map through the time array, replacing only the first time, so the time at index 0, with the newly selected time by the user, while keeping all other times unchanged. So that's what we're going to do here. So previous times dot map, and we have the previous timestamp and index. So we check if I equals 0, we replace the new time, else we just use the old time. So that is what we are doing here. We are mapping through the time array, replacing only the first time at index 0. That's what we have here, checking the index 0 with the newly selected time, whilst keeping all the other times unchanged. So before we actually test the date picker, there's one component that is missing over here. So we are going to create a section that is going to display the time selections button for medication schedules. So we are going to show this only when a frequency is not selected as needed, which allows users to set specific times for taking their medication. So you're going to get it once we start implementing it. So you're going to have this. So we check form dot frequency, and only if form dot frequency is not equal to as needed, we do want to render this. So we have a view, a test, medication time, which says medication time. So next, we are going to map through the schedules times for twice daily. So for example, if a user selects twice daily for 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., we create a button for each time that opens the time picker when pressed. We're going to have form dot times dot map. We have time index, and we have touchable opacity. Here we are going to have a key index, and we are going to add a style later on, but we have an onPress event which is going to show the date time picker. And then we are going to have a view with styles, which we are going to add very soon. So here's going to be a styles dot something like time icon container, and then inside here we are going to have our icon, a name to be time outline, and we have size 20, and the color is going to be of this color code. Let's get rid of this style. We are going to add it later. And next we are going to have a test which is going to display the time. So we have test to display the time, and we have an icon. Size of 20 with a color code of 666. We give this a save, nothing actually happens. So let's go ahead and add the styles. So we can add the styles. So we are going to have a style for time container, just adding a margin top of 20. We're going to have a style for the times title, which is also going to be a font size of 16. Add the margin bottom, font weight 600, and color this color code. And we are going to have, style for the time icon container and the button. So let's start with the button. We're going to have the time button, a flex direction of role, align item center with all these properties. And for the time icon container, we have it this way. The width is 40, the height is 40, provide a border radius 20, and these styles, background color, justify content, align items and margin right. We are going to have a time button test to this as well. So let's go ahead. So the time button test is a flex of 1, font size 16, and color hashtag and color code of this one over here. Let's go ahead and apply it to the section over here. So you have style, styles dot items times container, style the times title, style here, styles dot button, time button, and for this view we are going to have a style that says styles dot time icon container, and we have a text here that have a style property of styles dot time button test, right? We have the time icon container over here. We have the time button test. We can give this a save and move back here. So once we select something like this, so there is no actually logic to handle this, but once we select a frequency, we should see the result over here. Awesome. So let's refresh the app, reload it. Add medication. So let's say once daily, right? It doesn't work because we have to add the logic that is going to make this work. Awesome. So let's work on the reminders and get notification, add note and the button to submit the form. So let's go ahead and add the styles. So you're going to have styles dot section, and we are going to have a style dot card. We are going to create all those styles that we don't have yet. So we're going to have a styles dot switch role over here. I'm going to have style dot switch label container. Over here we are going to have style dot item icon container, and for the test we are going to have styles dot switch label and switch sub label. So for the value of the switch, let's add it over here, and we are going to add the on value change. So basic as what we have done in the previous forms. So we have the on change, accept the value as a props, and we have the set form. We maintain the old data, update just the reminder enable value. Let's do the same for the classes. For the note, we are going to have styles.section, styles.section, and we're going to have styles.test area container. For the input, you're going to have the style.test area. The form value is going to be form data.note. On change test is going to be this. This is going to be a multi-line test input, and we want the number of lines to be 4 and test aligned vertical to be top. So multi-line, number of lines 4 and test aligned vertical top. And let's work on the add medication button. So we provide the styles for the touchable opacity over here. So we are going to add the save button and this state as well. So it's submitting. When the user is submitting, we want to disable the button. So let's go ahead and add the submitting state right away. For the linear gradient, you're going to have the style. For the test, you're going to have this. And when we are submitting, we want to show the test, adding else we want to show add medication. So basically, and let's provide a style for this touchable opacity. So the style is going to be cancel button style, and when the user press on this button, we want to take them back, and disabling is submitting. So once the user starts submitting the form, we do want to disable this touchable opacity. And for the test, you want to have styles dot cancel button. So let's quickly go ahead and import router. So import use router from Expo router. You have constant router equals use router, and we can navigate back using the back to the the page the user came from. Let's go ahead and write the styles for all of these. So for the card, we are going to have this style. So for the card, for the reminder, a background of white, border radius of 16, and all these properties. So right, this is what I'm talking about. So let's go ahead and style the rest of the elements in the reminder section. So the switch row supposed to be styled. So we have flex direction to be row. We have justify content space between and align item center. So that is going to push this to the far end. Let's continue with the switch label container. And that is going to align everything properly. So the flex direction is row, align item center, and flex 1. So we have this here, beautiful. Let's add the icon container. So basically we want to have the font size to be 16 for the switch label, font weight of 600, and for the sub label we want to have a font size of 13 and a margin top of 2. Let's save it, and voila, we have it here. So let's work on the test area container. We have these properties for the test area container. And for the test area itself, we are going to increase the height, give it some padding, and increase the font size a little bit. And there we go, we have it over here. Awesome. So let's work on the footer. Let's work on the save button, and so this is going to be style equals styles dot footer. Let's work on the footer first. You have it over here, and work on the save button. So these are very basic styles, and we have that over here. You can see the padding. Let's style the button itself. So let's style the save button disable before we work on the button gradient. So all we want to do is to reduce the opacity for the button when we are submitting. So to 0.7, and we have the save button gradient style over here. We have the save button test, and we have the cancel button and the cancel button test. So these are the properties for those as well. Let's give it a save, and let's see what we have. Awesome. So we have the add medication button, and we have the cancel button, which takes us back. So let's work on the form validation, and next we are going to work on saving this medicine right in the local storage of the device. So let's scroll the way up and work on the form validation. So over here, we are going to create a function named validate form. And what this is going to do is to validate the form. So we create a constant to save our errors. So we have errors, we have the key and a string. So we are going to have if form dot name dot trim. So what the trim function is going to do is to remove the white space from the start to the end of the string, and this operator checks if the resulting trim string is empty. So if that is the case, we want to set our new error to medication.name is required. So this function is going to be called anytime you want to upload a medication. So we are going to do same for the rest of the fields. So I'll copy for dosage, copy for frequency and duration. So what you're going to do here is to update the errors, right? We set the errors state to new errors, the one we catch over here inside the if statement. Else, we want to return true if there are no errors. So if the new error object is empty, we do want to return true. So this is how we check if the new error is empty. All right, so next we are going to create the handle save function, which is going to, save the medication in the local storage. We have constant handle save async. We have our try catch block. So we're going to check a couple of things here. First thing first, we are going to check for validation. So we are going to check if the form is not validated, we alert this error. Please fill in all the required fields correctly and return. So we are going to have this check. So if the user clicks on the submit button and immediately clicks on it again, we want to return or prevent the user from saving the medication. So we check if submitting, we return. Else we set the set is submitting to true. Now for every single medication that we create on the platform, we have a color attached to it. So we create a constant to hold a colors and use a random color generator to generate random colors upon submitting. And the next thing we are going to do is to create the medication data. So we are going to have an ID. We are going to use math.random.toString. All this is doing here is to generate a random string for us as our ID. And we have all the previous form data over here. We have current supply, we have total supply, and we have refilled at, start date, and the color, the random color that we generated over here. So next, we are going to add the actual medication. Now, to add the medication, we are going to create a different utility function to handle that. So I'll just create the function, pass in the medications. So add medication, pass in the medication data. And I will go ahead and create this function, but before that, let's continue with the rest of the handle save code. So if the user toggles the schedule medication reminder, we do want to, have this function to schedule medication reminder, which we are also going to create after we are done creating the add medication in the utility functions. And next, if everything is correct, we are going to show an alert. So the alert is going to use the device or the operating system's alert modules to display an alert. So we're going to have a success, and it's going to say medication added successfully. And once the user clicks on OK, we take them back. So the user shouldn't be able to cancel the alert. That is why we have this property to be false. And if there is an error, we are going to have this. So we are going to log the error to the console and throw an alert as we did over here with an error, an error alert. And we have the message here. The test should be okay with the same property over here. And finally, clause, which is going to set a submitting to false. So regardless whatever happens, we are going to set the submitting to false. So now let's go ahead and create the add medications and schedule medications reminder. So inside the root folder, we are going to create a new folder named utils, and we are going to create two files. So the first one is going to be storage.typescript, and the second one is going to be notifications.typescript. So let's start with the storage. So first thing first, let's import the async storage from React Native async storage. So this is going to help us save data on the user's device. So we are going to create two keys over here. So the first key is going to be medication key, which is going to be this at medications in lower caps, and the second key is going to be dose history key to get all the doses. So we have dose underscore history. Awesome. Next, we are going to create an interface, right, for the medication, and also create an interface for the dose history. So we have export interface medication, and for the medication we have an ID. When we check what we are receiving from the add medication page, we have ID, which is a string. We have a name for the drug, which is a string. We have a dosage, a string as well. We have times, string. We have start date to be string. We have duration, a string. We have color, a string. We have reminder enabled, which is a boolean, right? A boolean. And we have current supply, which is a number. Total supply, a number. And we have refill at, which is a number. Refill reminder, a boolean. And finally, we are going to create a last refill date. So let's have the interface for the dose history. So we have export interface, dose history. So all we need is the ID of the dose history, the medication ID, the timestamp, and whether the dosage has been taken or not. So these are going to be the interface for medication and dose history. So next, let's create the function to get medication. We create a function to add a medication. So we have export async function add medication. So we provide the medication, which is going to be the medication interface that we created here, or the type should be the medication interface that we created over here. And we have promise void. So the promise void here means that this function is an async function and returns a promise that resolves without returning any value, right? So we are using the void here since we are just storing the data and don't need to return anything. So we are going to have a try catch. All right, so over here we are going to create a constant named medications, which is going to be await get medications. So we are here to create this function to get all the medication. So now the reason why we are doing this is to get existing medications first, so we can append the new ones. So this is going to ensure that we don't overwrite any existing data and maintain the full list of medications. So let's go ahead and create the get medications and continue with the code. So export async function get medications. Promise. So here we are not going to use void because we do want to return medication. So the medications type over here in an array form. So there is a mistake here. So async so what we are going to do here is to have a try catch block and create a constant data. We have async storage, right? Dot get item, and we want to get the item by the key, the medication key. So we provide the medication key, and what we are going to do here is to return if there is a medication saved inside the storage with the medication key, right? We return the data or return JSON.parse. We have data, or we return an empty array. And if there is an error, we console log the error and return an empty array. So medication, not medications, because the type has to match the exact name over here. So now we can have the get medication function, we can call it, and this is going to return for us all medications that we have, and we are going to push the newly added medications. So medications.push, we pass in this value over here, medication, and we do the saving. So we have await async storage dot set item, and here we provide the medication key and provide the data. So JSON.stringify medications. If there is an error, we throw the error. So now you can work on updating medication and deleting medication. That is actually a take-home assignment to test your skills. So next, we are going to create the function for the get dose history and get today doses, record doses, and clear all data. So these are the next 4 functions that we are going to create. So for the get dose history, we have the function here, get dose history, which we are returning a dose history type or interface, right? So what we do is to create a constant data, and we get the dose history by using the key over here. So the dose underscore history key, and if there is a data, we return the data to get all the dose history, basic as that. And for getting today's doses, we create the function this way. We return a dose history, we create a constant that's going to get all dose history, and create a constant to get today's date. And we are going to filter through the history that we are getting right here, storing it in this variable. So we filter the dose history array to only include doses from today. So what we do first, we convert the dose timestamp to string, and we get the date string. So for example, Monday, January 19th, 2025, we get a dose string and compare it with today's date string, and keep only the doses where there is a match. So if there is any error, we just throw the error and return an empty array. And the next function is to record the actual dose. So we have export async function record dose. So to record a dose, we need the medication ID. We need to know whether the drug has been taken or not, which is going to be a boolean, and the timestamp, which is going to be a string. This is going to return promise void because we do not want to return anything. So void, and inside the try catch block, we are going to get all the dose history. So we create a variable history, await get dose history, and create an object to hold the dose. So we have an ID, we have medication ID, timestamp, and whether the dose has been taken or not. We push this to the history. We push all this to the history so that we don't lose any existing data, and do the actual savings of the history on the user's device. So we have that over here. Async storage.set item with the dose history key, JSON.stringify history. And we have a check here to update the medication supply if taken. So if there is any error, we just throw the error here, and that will be it. And the final function we are going to create is to clear all data. So we have medication key. So what we are doing is to multi-remove medication keys and dose history key when the user clicks on clear all data. Right? If there is any error, we just log it and throw an error. So this is how you clear all data from the user storage with the keys. Use the multi-remove function, provide the keys, accept an array as an argument, provide the keys, and that will be it for the storage utility function. So next is the notification function. So over here, we are going to import everything from Expo notification. To import notifications from Expo notifications. We are also going to grab platform from React Native, and we are going to grab medication from the storage. So the medication type or interface that we created in the storage. So this is what I am actually talking about, this very one. So over here, we are going to configure the notifications. So we are going to do it like this way. Notifications dot set notifications handler, which accepts an object as a parameter. So you're going to have handle notification and async function, which is going to set all these properties. So should show alert to be true, and we are going to have should play sound to be true. We are going to have should set badge to be true. So we are going to first create a function that is going to register for push notifications. So we have export async function register for push notifications async, which is going to be a promise, and we are going to return a string or a null. And inside here, we are going to create a variable named token. We have token string, so it can be a string or a null value, but default we are going to assign it to a null. And over here, we are going to have this distraction. So the status, we distract existing status, So over here, we are going to ask the user for permission and save it inside the status. So permission to allow our app to send them push notifications. So we have await notifications dot get permission async, and we create a variable here, final status equals existing status. So we are reassigning the existing status to the final status variable. So what we are going to do here is we have if existing status is not equal to granted, meaning if the permission is not granted for our app to send notification, we have this, we distract the status from the notification.request permission status. So we have this notifications.request permission status using the request permissions async. We have final status, we update it with the status. We also check if the final status is not equal to granted, we return null. So in a nutshell, what we are doing here is to initialize the push notification token as null, check if we already have a notification permission. If we do not have a permission, we request it from the user, and over here, if the user denies the permission, we return null since we can't get access to a token. Then we are going to have our try catch block here. Inside here, we are going to create a constant response equals await notifications dot get Expo push token async, and then we reassign the token. So that is if the user allows our application to access their push notification, right, or allows us to send notification to their device. So it's going to be response dot data, and next we are going to check if platform dot os equals Android. We are going to do this. So await notifications dot set notifications channel async, provide default, and we are going to have these properties, right? We have the name to be default, we have the importance to be notification dot Android importance dot mass. So meaning it's very, very important, right? So we have min and mass, and the vibration pattern should be this code over here. So you can read more about vibration patterns. So we have 0, 250, 250, and 250 in that way. And we have light color to be this. So if the platform is Android, we want to do the following. We want to make the importance of the notification mass and have this vibration pattern and the light color for the notification to be this, right? Return the token, and if there is an error, we console log the error and return null. So that's basically it for registering for push notification. And the next function is going to be an async function to trigger the schedule medication reminder. So you're going to have this over here. Schedule medication reminder, and we accept medication as an argument using the medication props. This is going to be a promise, and we want to return, a string or undefined. So if medication.reminder is not enabled, we just want to, return, right? So let's check the storage reminder enabled. So let's add a D over here. We want to return, else we have our try catch block, and inside here we want to do a couple of things. So we are going to loop through each time and medication should be taken, and we have a for loop here. We have a constant time for medication.time. Times off, sorry, not for off, and we are going to extract the hours and minutes from the time string. So we have that over here, hours, minutes, using this method. So time.split, we can get split between the hours and minutes. Dot map number, and next we are going to create a date object for today and that specific time. So we have constant today equals new date, and we have today dot set hours. We provide passing the hours and minutes. Have 0, 0, and what we are going to do next is to have an if check. So you're going to check if the time has already passed for today. If that is the case, we schedule it for tomorrow instead. So we check if today, the object we have here, is less than new.date. We do want to have today.setDate to today.getDate plus 1, which means we are going to do the notification the next day. Right after that, we are going to schedule a repeating notification with the title and message showing the medication name and dosage. 2, the medication ID for reference. 3, set to trigger daily at specific hour and minute. And 4, return the notification identifier for tracking. So we have identifier, we create an identifier, await, notifications dot schedule, notifications async. So we have the content to be the title, the body, and the data. And we have the trigger. We provide a trigger. We want to have it, triggered in this pattern. So you want to have a repeating notification. So that's the use of this trigger. And we are going to return the identifier. If there is an error, we console.log and return undefined. So next, we are going to create the cancel medication reminders and update medication reminders. So over here, we get the medication ID. We create a variable schedule notifications, which is going to get all scheduled notifications for our application using this function. And we loop through all the notifications. We have constant data, notification.content.data as this over here. So we loop through all the schedules notifications over here. We extract the data from the notification content. So we type asset it as an object that may have a medication ID, string property, or it could be a null if there is no data. And we check if this notification is for the medication we want to cancel using the optional chaining, right? This one here, to safely access medication ID even if data is null. And if there is a match, we cancel notification using the identifier, right? And if there is any error, we throw it over here. And the final function we want to create here is the update medication reminders. So first, we cancel any existing reminders notification for the medication, right? The one we are passing over here. So this is to prevent duplicate reminders when updating medication settings. Then we schedule the types of reminders. We have daily medication reminders at specific times, and that will be it for this function. We give this a save and save this function as well. We move back to add, and we can call add medication over here and call schedule medication reminder. So before we start, to test this out, let's check and see if we actually call the handle save function inside the submitting button. So we have to add an on press to handle this. And I think that will be it for now. So let's try and test things out and see if it will work. So without adding anything, let's add a medication. Okay, so we have double add medications over here. Let's get rid of one. So over here, we can get rid of this. Move back, click on add medications, and it says all these fields are required. So actually we have the error showing. So when we add a medication name, something like drug 1, dosage to be 100 mg once daily. Okay, so the frequency is not getting selected. So let's check what is wrong with it. Same for the the duration. Let's check what's actually wrong and let's get it fixed. So we scroll all the way to the render frequency option. We need an on press function here. So we are going to do two things over here. So one, we are going to have the set selected frequency to the label and update the form state, right, for the frequency. And we are going to do same for the duration. So we are going to have same for duration. So render duration option, we had that one over here. So just update the set selected duration state and update the form state as well. So back to the app and we can select something, right? So once daily, and you see once we select the how often, it shows the time, right? So the medication times, we have 4 times daily and all that. So let's select once daily, and the start date can be today, 26th. The time can be 9 a.m. just let's leave it like that. The time can be 9 a.m. and the reminder, we want to get reminders, so I'll toggle this on. I'll leave this part blank and click on add medication. So we have a medication added and we have a notification. Congratulations if you followed along all the way up to this far and you are able to add a medication. You've really done well. So when we click on OK, it should take us back. Now there are a couple of things that we have to work on. So we have to display the schedules here, today's schedules, and update the numbers here, and also update the notification before we can work on the calendar view. So let's move back to the home page and add the rest of the features. So we scroll the way up here and load all the medications. So we are going to have a state to store today's medications. We have that over here. So let's actually create it over here. And so let's call the medication type awesome. All right, so let's start writing the code for fetching all the medication or loading all the medication. So we have a constant load medications, use callback. So we are going to use callback here. We have our try catch block. So we are going to have a constant to distract all medications and today's doses. So we have all medications and today's doses. We have our weight, promise.all, and we call the get medications function and also call the get today's doses function. So this is going to return for us medications and doses. So once this operation gets completed, we just store it inside all medications, and once this gets completed, it will be stored in today's doses. So the reason why we are doing it this way is the promise.all executes multiple promises concurrently and wait for all of them to complete. So here we are fetching get medications, and so here we are fetching get medications and get today's doses. So we are doing this in parallel instead of sequentially. So this is actually more efficient than doing them one after another since they are independent operations. So next, we are going to update the state for today's doses and all medication. So let's have set doses. We don't have that state yet. So we are going to create a state for doses and history. So let's get the dose history from the history interface. We are going to have set doses history with today's doses. We are going to have get today's doses with all medications. This one over here, and we're going to have set medication. So this state over here. So set medications instead of using the other one, right? So we are just setting the dose history to this state and the medications to this state. We are going to get the current date to check which medications are active today. So we create a variable today equals new date. And we are going to filter medications to only include ones that should be taken today. So we have today's med equals all medications dot filter. We have med constant start date equals new date med dot start date. So here we convert the medication start date string to date object and extract the number of days from duration string. So you have a constant here, durations day. We pass in over here to do the conversion, med duration dot split. And then we include medication if it's an ongoing medication. So if duration days equals -1, or if today is greater than or equals to start date, and if today is less than or equal to new date, you're going to have the start date dot get time plus durations day, multiply it by 24 hours by 60 minutes by 60 minutes by 1000 milliseconds. So all we are doing here is to, one, include medications if it's an ongoing medication. That is, if the duration is equal to -1, or if today's date falls between the start date and end date, right? We update the end date to be the start date plus durations in milliseconds. So we return true, else we return false. Then we set today's medications to today's meds. We calculate the completed doses using this method. To completed, we have today's doses dot filter, and we get it this way. So we have today's doses to calculate the completed doses. So we just filter it out and we set completed doses to completed. If there is an error, we just console.log it, and for a callback we have to provide a dependency. So we're just going to make it an empty dependency. So we have load all medications. So medications, load all medications. Next, we are going to set up the notification. So let's just do that real quick. So you have a constant set up notifications async, and we have a try catch here. Provide a try catch block. We create a constant to get a token. Remember when we were creating the utility functions for notifications. So if you don't remember any of these, you can go back and rewatch that section. So we have await dot register for push notification async to get a token, and if there is no token, we console.log failed to get push notification token and return. Else, we want to schedule reminders for all notifications. So we copy that, paste it over here. So get medications. We get that from the store, the utility store for the storage, and we can call the schedule our medication reminder from the history utility function. And all this is to just get the schedule reminders for all notification, and if there is an error, we throw it or log it to the console. So we are going to have a use effect here, which is going to call the load medications and set up notifications. So we have this, we call the load medications, and we call the setup notifications. Going to be an empty dependency. So here we are going to handle the app state changes to refresh medications data when the app becomes active. So we create a constant to set up an event listener for the app state changes in the background and foreground. So we have a constant subscription, because app state, we get this from the React Native module, and we have add event listener. So we are listening for a change, and we have the next app state here. So when the app becomes active or comes to the foreground, we reload the medication data and return the cleanup function to remove event listeners when the component on mount. So we have it this way. So if next app store equals active, that is, we have the app running in the foreground. We want to load medications, and we are going to return a cleanup function to remove every single event listener when the component on mount. So we have that over here. Return subscription.remove. So next, we are going to run a very special effect called use focus effect, which is going to handle reloading medication data when the screen comes into focus. We call that effect here use focus effect from React navigation, and inside here we are going to use a callback. Use callback. So the use callback minimizes the callback to prevent unnecessary renderers. So we use that here. Provide the load medications as the props dependency, sorry. And then we have this here. To do some cleanup if needed. So cleanup if needed, and we are going to load medications and return a cleanup function to unsubscribe. So return unsubscribe, and next we are going to create a function to handle take doses. So when the user clicks on the button to take a dose, we are going to call this function. So we have this function over here, handle take dose equals async medication, and we have the medication prop, put it in try catch block. So inside the try, we are going to await record dose, the function that we created inside the storage utility function, which accepts medication.id and update the state to be true, that is has taken, or the user has taken the drug, and update the date on which the user took the drug to ISO string. And then we have await load medications. We reload the medications. If there is any error, we show an alert. And we have a different function to check if the dosage is being taken or not. So a very basic function which accepts a medication ID and loop through the dose history to compare the medication ID we are passing as an argument with the medication ID we have in the dose history, and check if there is a state that says the dose.taken is true and return is taken. That's what this function is doing over here. So the next thing we are going to create is to create a progress, and we have today's medications.length. So we want to update this over here, the number of doses. So today's medication.length, if it's greater than 0, we want to have this over here. We want to have the completed doses divided by total medication.length multiplied by 2. So this is going to get us the right percentage or the right progress that we can use for the the circular update, the SVG. So we will search for the circular progress, and instead of passing in 50 here, we are going to replace it with the progress that we created here, the variable that we just created, this one over here. And for total doses, we are going to change the hard-coded number to today's medications.length multiply by 2. And for the completed doses, we are going to use completed doses. So the reason why we are multiplying this by 2 is because each medication has 2 doses per day. So for the 2 doses per day kind of medications, so the total number is going to be medications multiplied by 2. So this is going to be used to calculate the progress cycle percentage. Move back here, and we have 0% and 0 out of 2 doses. Remember, when filling the form for the add medication, we choose twice daily. So you have to render all the medications here, and we can click on the button to take a drag and update all these. So we scroll all the way here. Instead of true, we are going to change this to today's medications.length. If it's equal to 0, meaning we don't have medications, else we want to loop through all the medications and render them over here. So you're going to have today's medications.map, and we have medications over here, and we get if the dose has been taken using the isDose_taken function we created up there. So we pass in the medication.id. So let's make this medication, not medications, and we are going to return this. Right, we already have all these styles. So for the background, we are going to render it this way. So medication.color. Remember, when adding a medication, we add a random color to the medication. So we have a random color generator to generate a color for medication. So that's what we are getting over here. So let's make it this way. And 15. So the 15 here at the end of the color creates a 15% opacity version of the medication color. So this is going to give a subtle background tint that matches, but is much lighter than the medication's main color. That's the reason why I added the 15 over here. So we are going to change the name to medication.name, and change the dosage to medication.dosage. Here, over here, we are going to have medication.time, and if the drug is taken, we want to render this here and give the touchable opacity a button to handle the dosage take. So we call the handle take dose function that we created for the touchable opacity over here. And for the style, we are going to add this. You have a background color, medication.color. I think that will be it for this. Let's actually move to the app screen and see what we have. So we can see we have the drugs being displayed over here. So I can click on take, and we have the progress being updated. Beautiful. So let's work on the notification. So when a user clicks on this, they see the list of notifications. So we scroll down here at the modal section, we add this prop. So on request close, you want to set show notification to false. So before this can work, we have to create this state. So up here, we can have that state over here and move back to the modal. And over here, we are going to loop through all the medications. So today's medications, and for the touchable opacity over here, we are going to have a close button. So we want to set the show notifications to false over here, and here we can render the real details for the medications. So instead of we having this hard-coded name, we can just have medication.name, and here we can have medication.dosage, and we can have medication.time. So on the bell icon, the bell notification, this one over here. So when a user clicks on this bell icon, this one over here, we actually want to show the modal. So I'll have the onPress, event. So once the user clicks on the bell icon, we are going to show the modal to list all the notifications. So let's go ahead and create the page for the calendar view. Inside the app folder, we are going to create a new folder named calendar and create a new file here, index.tsx. So inside here, we are going to import most of the components that we have been importing from the other pages, right? So over here, we are going to need React and useState. We are going to need use callback and also need all these from the React native component. You're going to import the view. You're going to import test style sheet from the React native component. So we have style sheet. We import the touchable opacity. Import scroll view and platform, and we are going to need use router. So let's go ahead and grab that use router from Expo router. We are going to import icons from Expo vector icons, and we are going to import linear gradient from React from Expo linear gradient, and we are going to import all these from the utility file, use storage to be specific. So over here, we are going to import first thing first, get medications. We are going to need get dose history, record dose, medication type or interface, and the dose history type or interface. So we have those imported here. And for the calendar view, if we check this screen here, we can see we have the weeks. So Sunday, Monday, all the way up to Saturday, we have the weeks. So we are going to create an array to hold the weeks for the calendar view. So to do that, we are going to create a constant named weekdays, and this is going to have the days of the week. I'll grab those and paste them over here. So we have the days of the week over here. The next thing you're going to do is to make this a functional component. So export default and a function calendar screen. So we can return a basic view. So let's return something. Return a view with a text. The text is going to contain something like the calendar view or screen. Save this, and think we'll be able to test it out, or we should be able to test it out by clicking on the calendar view link. So let's see. Okay, we need to reload the application, authenticate, and click on this link here. So we keep seeing the screen doesn't exist. So why are we seeing this? Because we actually do have a screen. Okay, so this is supposed to be A, not E, right? So calendar, CALENDAR, not DER. Think this should fix the error. Reload the app one more time, move back, authenticate, and then click on the link. And there we go, we have it here, the calendar screen. So let's provide the basic skeleton for the calendar view and apply the styles later on. So I'll maintain the view and get rid of the text for now. We are going to have the linear gradient. So very same to what we had in the home page. This very one, the linear gradient. So we are going to have that. The colors are going to start from a lighter green to a deeper green. So very same to this one. So basically same as this one. I'll grab this, paste it over here, and we are going to have a start and end, start and end positions. For this, inside here, we are going to create our first child view of the parent view, and this view is going to have a child view, and inside the view we are going to have a touchable opacity for our back button, so as we had in the home page. So we are going to have an icon and a text. So the icon is going to be the chevron back icon. Name, the chevron back icon, the size to be 28, and the color should be of this color code. And back here we can see the arrow, right? We can see it over here. So we want to recreate this one. Let's have the text. The text is going to be calendar, just calendar. Later on we are going to add the styles, and we are done creating the upper side. The next view is going to be for the displaying the calendar container. We have our view here, another view. We have a touchable opacity, and we are going to have an icon. the icon is going to be the chevron back. So basically this one here, right? This is the icon that we are creating right now. So the first view is for this container, the calendar container. So we just created the icon, the chevron back icon. And right after the touchable opacity, we are going to have a test, which is going to display this one over here. So we are going to have the test. We are going to need a new state. So let's create a state here named selected date, right? This is going to be the selected date of the user. So if the user clicks on any date here, we update the state for the set selected date, right? And we have a constant router equals use router to initialize the router. So over here we are going to have selected date dot to local string, the first argument default, and we are going to have the month. We want the month to be long, so display the full month, and we want the year to be numeric. So we have that over here. So it's going to just give us the month and the year, so the current month and the year. And right after this test, we are going to have the chevron right icon. So I just copied forward, not right, chevron forward. I just copied this and replaced it with this one. So we have that over here. So when we add the styles, it's going to align. So we have that over here. And the next view is going to be for the weekdays. So we have a view, and we have the weekdays constant created, and we have the weekdays constant created. So we just loop through them using the map function, and we are going to list all the weekdays in the test. So you have a test here, and the key is going to be a day because each day is unique, and we just render the day. So when we save this and move back, we can see all the days over here. When we add the styles, they are going to be displayed in this way. So now right after this view, we are going to have the calendar. So we are going to create a function to render the calendar. So let me just add a comment here and create the last view. We're going to have a view, and what this view is going to do is to display the selected date and time when the user clicks on it. So you have a view and we have a test, which is going to be the same as what we had over here. So we are going to display the month, the weekday, and the day, right? So we have that over here, the weekday long, the month long, and the day to be numeric, like what we did over there. And we are going to have a scroll view. To render the medications for date. So when the user clicks on the date, we are going to render the medications for the said date. So render medications for date over here. We are going to add that one later on. Before we work on the render calendar, let's see what we are going to get over here. So we have it being displayed over here. So beautiful. Now let's work on the render calendar. Before we actually create the render calendar component, there are some things that we have to do first. So like loading the data and the function to get days in the month, before we can write our function effectively. So let's start by loading all the data first before we work on the get days in month. So for that, we are going to add these states. So medication state and the dose history state. So over here, we are going to have a function, load data. We are going to use callback. And the dependency is going to be selected date. So anytime the user selects a date, you want to trigger this. Inside this function, we are going to write our try-catch block. And what you're going to do is to use promise.all to fetch medications and dose history in parallel. So we create this constant to distract, the medicine and history, medications and history. Using the power of promise.all, we'll be able to run all these in parallel. So we have get medications and we have get dose history. So the first result is going to be distracted here, and the second, which is get dose history, is going to be distracted into the history variable that we created over here. So now we can store the medication and dose history in state. So we have set medications to be the meds, and we have the set dose history to be history. If there is any error, we just log it, and that will be it for the load data. So we have use focus effect from React Navigation Native. The use focus effect is basically a React navigation hook that runs an effect when the screen comes into focus. Right, so this is very similar to use effect, but it only runs when the screen is navigated or becomes visible. So we are going to use this to reload the medications and the dose history whenever the user returns to this screen. So this is going to ensure that the calendar always shows up-to-date information after adding and modifying medications. So we have used callback to prevent unnecessary renderers, and we load the data here. Provide the load data. As our dependency for the callback. Next, we are going to create the get days in month function. So a very basic function over here. Actually, this is a helper function. You could have moved it into the utility files, but we are just going to keep it here for simplicity sake. So what we are doing is to, this function takes a date and returns information about the month. So the first line here, get the year from the date. So the year, example 2025. The second line, get the month from the date. So we have 0 for January and we have 11 for December. So any number from 0 to 11. And we have the days variable here, which gets the number of days in the month by creating a date with day 0 of the next month. So what this is going to do is to roll back the last date of the current month. So for example, 31st, 30th, or 29th or 28th. And for this line here, we get the day of the week that this month starts on. So 0 is for Sunday, and returns both pieces of information that needs to build the calendar grid. So we distract days and first day. Using the get days in month, we pass in the selected date. So this is going to return the days and the first day for us using the selected date, which has been initialized to the new date, the current date of the application. So to render the calendar, we create a function. render calendar. We are going to initialize an array to store all the weeks of the calendar. So calendar JSX element equals an empty array. Next, we are going to initialize an array to store the days of the current week. So we have let week JSX element So the reason why we are using the JSX here is because the JSX.element is the TypeScript type for the React element. So like the view, the text, and etc. So we need this because we are building the calendar UI dynamically. So we are going to have this for loop here. So let I equals 0, I less than first day. We have I plus plus, and we have week dot push. You're going to push a view. You're going to be key empty, and we have the I, the variable we created here. And later on, we are going to add some styles. So we can get rid of this and make it this way. So what we are doing here is to create an empty placeholder cells for the days before the first of the month. So for example, this month here starts on Wednesday 1st. So we want to render an empty list before we actually start counting the days for the month. Right, so that is what this code is doing over here. So whatever the first day is, and next we are going to loop through each month of the day. So let day equals 1, day less than or equals days, day plus plus. So we are looping through each month and creating a date object for this specific day. So we create a date object, new date, and we have selected date dot get full year, and we have selected date dot get month. And next, we are going to check if the day is today by comparing the date string. So if that's the case, we want to render a different style. So like if the day is today, we want to show this one over here. You know, the background, a subtle green background on the day. So we are going to create a constant is today equals new date dot to date string equals date dot to date string, and this code here is going to check if the day is today by comparing this date string, and check if there is any medication doses recorded for that day. So we have constant has doses equals dose history dot sum. We have new date dose dot timestamp to date string equals date to date string. So what this variable is going to do is to help us update the UI when a dose has been taken on a particular day. So like this here, so you have a dot indicating the dose has been taken for that day. So here we look through the dose history and compare the dose.timestamp to the date.today string. If there is a match, meaning the user has taken the dose on that very set date. So next, we are going to add this day to the current week's array. So we have week.push. We have a touchable opacity here. The key is going to be day. And we have a test to be the day. So you're going to add the styles later on. And if the user has taken a dose, so has doses, we want to, render a different view, the one with the dot at the bottom, this very one, right? And if we have reached the end of the week or the end of the month, we wrap the current week array in a view and add it to the calendar. So we have if first day plus day module 7 equals 0, or if day equals days. You want to wrap the current week's array in a view. We have a key to be day, and we have a week over here, and reset the week to an empty array for the next week, and return the calendar. So next, we are going to create the component for this side, this very side. So to render the medications for the date, we create a constant, render medications, for date. Over here, we are going to get the date string and the day doses. This way, we are going to return medications.map. We are looping through all the medications, and inside here we create a constant to check the doses that has been taken, so that we'll be able to have render this here. So taken or take drag, right? So we have that check here. We are going to then return a view. Within the view, you're going to have a different view, which is going to have its own style. So to add this very style here, and we have a test for the medication name, the dosage, and the time. You're going to have something like this over here, and just hard code it for now. Medication, dosage, and time. And if the drag is taken, we want to render this view, which is going to display this button here. And right, you have taken here. Else, we want to have a touchable opacity, which is going to update the dose, right? So we record the dose for the medication taken. So we are going to add the styles and we already have the record those function implemented. So we just call it from the utility file, provide the medication ID, the state, and the new date to ISO string. Then we load the data, right? So let's go ahead and quickly add the styles, and we can render all these together. So as usual, we create a constant, styles equals style sheet dot create. Then we are going to have a container style. These are things that we have been doing since the beginning of this tutorial, so I'll just grab them and paste them here. We have a container style, and for the header gradient and the content, they are going to be the same as what we did for the add medication. So I'll have those also over here. For the header, it's going to be the same, so I'll have the header also here. And for the back button, also the same as what we did for the add medication. We have the back button here, and we have the header title. We have it over here. So we can start calling these styles and see what we have on the screen. We have style here, styles dot container, and we have styles dot header gradient. Let's save this, and we have the header gradient over here. Here we are going to have the style dot content, and we have the style dot header. We save this, and boom, we have it over here. So let's style the back icon and push this one to this side. We've already created the styles for those, so you just have to apply them over here. So you have style dot back button, and once the user clicks on this, we want to use the router dot back function to take them to the page they were on before coming to the calendar view. And for the test, we are going to have style dot test header title, and there we go, we have it over here. So the reason why we don't have this over here is because the test is supposed to be inside this view. So we have it, and boom, we have it over here, same as this. So let's continue on the rest of the styles. So we are going to have the calendar container, which is going to have a background of white, the border radius of 16. We want the margin to be 20, the padding to be 15, and the shadow color to be black with all these shadow properties. So we can actually add the calendar view, the calendar container to the view. So we have styles dot calendar container, and we have it here. Next, we are going to have the month header and the month test. So the month header is going to have a flex direction of row, justify content space between, and align item center. So for the month header, we are going to add it to this view. So we have styles dot month header, and we have it separated just like this. So let's work on the month test. Before we continue on, we can add the on press button here. which is going to set the selected date to the previous day, because when the user clicks on the chevron back icon, we want to take them to the previous day. So that is what we are doing here. We have a new date and we subtract 1 from the get month, and this is going to get us back to the previous day. And for the chevron forward icon, we are going to set the date to a day after the current date, so +1. You're going to have that over here. So we have the +1 over here. So for the text, we can add a style to be styles dot the month text. So month text, not header, month text. And we have it styled, looking exactly the same as this one. Let's scroll all the way down here and add the styles for the weekdays view. So for the weekday header, we are going to have a flex direction of roll and the margin bottom to be 10. And for the weekday text, we're going to have a flex of 1 and a text align center color 66 and font weight to be 500. So we can add those here. Styles dot weekday header, and for the text, styles dot weekday text. Let's give this a save and move back over here. And also we have it being rendered beautifully. So we are going to work on the render calendar view ASAP. So we have render calendar view. So already we have a list of numbers here. So let's style it and make everything look beautiful. So render calendar. A very basic style. We have a calendar week and a calendar day. So for the calendar week, we want the styles, the flex direction to be roll, margin bottom 5, and for the calendar day, the actual day, we want a flex to be 1, aspect ratio of 1, justify content, align items, meaning we want to place everything within the center, and a border radius of 8. So this is going to style the calendar day for us. So we have the day test, today, and today test. So font weight for the today test should be 600. Let's start adding the styles. So starting from this section, we are going to add the style, styles dot calendar day, and here we are going to have these styles. So for the styles, we want to style for the calendar day and apply today's styling if it's today, and also apply event styling. So let's create this style right away. So has event, we have position to be relative, and for this test we are going to have this style. So styles dot day test for the day, and if it's today, we want to apply the today's test to style it for if it's today, which is this very one here, this very style over here. And for the has doses view, we want to have a style event dot. So let's go ahead and create that one. It's going to be a circular dot. So the width is going to be 4, height 4, border radius 2, and have a background color of this color code. Position absolute, and the bottom is 15%. So we can move back to the app and see what we're going to get on the screen. And voila, we have the stylings being applied to the app. So for the current day, we have this style, and for a drag taking, we have this dot. So just as what we configured over here in the render calendar function or component. So let's work on the schedule container and the schedule title. So we have those over here, and these are going to be the styles that are going to be applied over here. So we have style dot schedule container. Awesome. So this very one, and we are going to have the test, the schedule test, and we are going to have the schedule title. So we have style dot schedule title. So now for this scroll view, we can render the medications for date. And we can already see some data over here. So let's apply the styles for the render medications for date. So we have the medication card, we have the medication color, we have the medication info, the medication name, the medication dosage, and medication time. So we can pause the video and copy these styles. So as I mentioned, everything that we are seeing here has already been done in the other pages. So we can just play with them, get rid of certain lines, and add your own numbers to see how they change or affect the user interface. And we have take those button and take those tests, and we have taking batch and the taking test. So let's move to the render medication for date and start applying the styles. So for this first view, we are going to have the medication card, right? The style to be the medication card, because that is going to be the view to have the medication card. And for this second view, is going to be the color over here, this inverted pill over here. So we just have the medication color, and the background color should be the medication.color, which we are getting from the storage. We already have the medication name, style being applied, dosage and time being applied over here. So let's just add style, styles dot medication color. And for the taking, we already have the styles being applied. So let's uncomment this for the take those button for the touchable opacity, or the button to take a drag. I think we can give this a save and move back here. And there we go, we have the UI being updated, right? So we can click on this button to take a drag, and we should see a dot over here. So take, and boom, we have the dot over here, indicating that we have taken the drag. So one thing I have noticed is a user can take a drag in the future. So today is 27th, the user can take a drag on 29th, which shouldn't be the case. So you can add a logic to prevent the user from taking a drag ahead or a drag in the future. That will also be part of the take-home assignment that I have given to you guys. So I want to be working on the history log and refill tracker as mentioned earlier. Use this opportunity to master and explore the native features thoroughly. On that note, we will conclude the tutorials here. Thank you all for watching up to this point. If you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to do so, and I'll see you in the next one.